I did, and I put in an extra 0 now. Charlie, can you fix it? I screwed up and I put in an extra 0 for my stack. 1,050.
Yeah, thank you. She's fixing it. Alright, everybody, Annie up. We are going to start off with a bomb pot. Just a reminder, no phones on the rail, on the table, near the table. Get it away from the table.
Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live, coming to you from Texas Card House in Austin. I'm Owen Loggett. This evening, going to play some 2-5 Texas Hold'em, as we often do around here on Mondays. Great to see you all this evening as we start the last week of September, the first week of fall. Though I don't think anybody bothered to tell Texas that it's not summer anymore. 100 degrees yesterday, that's kind of hot. And we're going to get going with a $10 PLO bomb pot as we usually do. Everyone going to put out their $10.
Yeah.
And I think we're just getting our last player sorted out here. Before we do that, there we go. Carly's collecting the Annies. She's going to give everybody 4 cards, put out 2 flops, and then we're going to have some fun. Frank, Nancy Scooter, good to see you. Mike, good to see you. Some early gambles from the chat. And we do have a couple of open seats. If you happen to be watching this and you're around the Austin area, get over here at Texas Card House Austin and hop in this game. 2-5. Match the stack. Oh, we know the first flop card is a deuce of clubs. King 3 deuce, 2 clubs. And King Queen deuce. All right, well, he holds him with queens and deuces and 3s and deuces, so bottom 2 both ways. Makes it 15. Prestige with a lot of spades. He's got the open ender on the bottom, and he's got some backdoor spades, makes it 45. He holds him gonna call, and we're gonna go heads up to the turns. Prestige looking for spades or straightening cards. There's a spade, and there's the 8 of clubs. Never mind that graphic. So Prestige picking up a spade draw on the top board, open ender on the bottom. Certainly a good amount of life. B Hold'em still ahead, holding 2 pair on both boards. Prestige gonna pot it, making it 150. Betting the maximum here. 2 pair, not the best in the world, but he is gonna make the call. And 6 of hearts, 8 of hearts. So Prestige gonna break everything. Behold him going to scoop if it gets the showdown. Prestige going to charge the maximum here to get him to showdown. 450 gets the fold because that was a dreadful ripper on both boards.
Good to be back.
Behold him rivering 3 pair on both boards. And he very understandably gets out of the way there. So, round 1's Prestige. I'm not sure what the story is with these graphics. I don't think Behold him is up $8,800 after playing one hand and losing. I'm sure we'll get that worked on. And speaking of Hold'em, we're going to play Hold'em. Ace 10 for Prestige. I bet he'll play this one as well. It does look like the 10 is on. Makes the call. Loser actually going to make the fold. Loser with an exclamation point. Harvey calling with a little suited gapper. Behold him getting in there. Chris is going to get a free look. Or Kevin, rather, is going to get a free look. In the straddle. We'll go 4 ways. see a 5. That's going to be good for Kevin's free look. Pair of 5s, which is the best hand at the moment. We check through. Deuce of clubs will give B. Hold'em an open ender. Barber making a pair of deuces. Kevin still ahead with his pair plus gut shot. B. Hold'em firing $40 on the turn, which improves his hands, probably doesn't improve anybody else, and we see the pair of 5s go to the muck. Prestige making the call with just the 2 overcards. Heads up, and Prestige's ace high is going to be good as B. Hold'em finds himself with a nut low on the river. So he's going to bluff, and that bluff will succeed. So hand 1 has Prestige bluffing B. Hold'em, and B. Hold'em returning the favor on hand number 2. Prestige going to get the 10 out there. I think the 10's going to be on a lot tonight. Nice roll, JTMNY. Probably saw at the beginning of the show the promo for the bigger one happening in Dallas this weekend, starting up on Wednesday. $250,000 guarantee. Definitely check that out if you're in the Dallas area. That'll be a big tournament. If I could make it, I'd be there. I can't make it this weekend. I'm going to go out of town, so I can't be in Dallas. So you all go play it for me. How about that? 3 ways we go to the flop. Queen 8-5. Check through real quick. Jack is going to offer gutter to Prestige. It's going to offer 2 gutters to loser. The calls Prestige is 30. 7 of spades does not make anyone straight. Check, check, and loser's a winner. Ace high good.
What are you coming in for, John? 2,000. 2,000.
I think we've got another player joining us here. Johnny coming in for 2,000, it looks like. 2,000, the initial max buy-in. After the first hand, it becomes a match to stack. And I think Prestige has slightly more than that.
8 folds. 1 grid. 3 raise, 35 total. 4 folds.
He holds him getting in there again. 35 to raise this time. And with some 99 red balloons. Going for the 3-bet from the small blinds. You can get 150. Nice when we're dealing with small blinds against cutoff. Even better when we know cutoff's playing a lot of hands. And he's going to let it go. Perfectly fine to raise fold that hand. Get another hand out here. He's jacking a limp in there, and Barber with queens. You know what? If Barber can find a couple more queens here, Quads of the day or queens today, that's all I'm saying. Oh no, Kevin with kings. Cooler brewing here. 3-bet incoming. 175 the size. Loser should have the easiest folds ever here with ace-jack offsuit. Instead, he's going to stick a little over a third of his stack in there. And now I think Barber, caught in the middle here, has no choice but to go for the 4-bet. I think it's either 600 or it's all the marbles. I think those are your two choices here.
One call, 3 folds, 3 players.
Barber chooses to call. We're going to go 3 ways. Queen in the window. Barber flopping his set. Barber with 2 chances to hit quads of the day here. And he gets the all-in from Loser, 262. And that might be a prophetic name here. Loser down to just a backdoor straight draw.
Sorry, 262.
Gonna get the count from Carly. I think call might be the best option here. And he does that, and now Kevin's sitting here with an overpair. And he's the 3-better, right? And it goes like lead all in, call. It's like, what's going on here? Nines are possible. Deuces are possible. I don't think he's going to be thinking queens. Queens probably put in a 4-bet.
All in.
Kevin moves all in. He gets snapped by Barber. Kevin getting you to king. Barber looking for a queen in order to hit that quads of the day promo. Loser looking for a miracle. Loser needing a 10 and either an 8 or a king.
All right, we do have quad queens today. If I put all 4 of them in your hand during the bomb pots.
Carly getting the main pot right for us here. That's what Loser's going to be able to win. Here comes the run out. There's a 7. And an 8. The queens are going to hold for Barber. 3 queens. Going to take it all. He's going to take the side pot against Kevin, and he's going to take the main pot amongst himself, Kevin, and Loser. Doesn't get that case queen, though. Maybe next time. And just getting the bill here for Kevin.
What are the quads of the day? Queens?
5 hands in. We've already had a massive cooler here.
Are they queens? Oh, yeah, yeah. Wow.
You had no idea.
No. $34,600. Jackie,
It didn't influence my betting.
And quads of the day, one of our favorite promos around here at TCH Austin. Find out all the rules at TexasCardHouse.com. It's different hands every day. Today's queens, tomorrow would be kings, and then aces and deuces and so on. Jackpot grows by $200 every day. It isn't hit. A couple weeks ago, it got up to like $3,200 before it hit.
Players checks on live.
Yes.
I guess he chose his name correct. You're gonna look at it.
Wow, how do we top that? How do we top that hands? Let's find out.
7 on 2,500. blinds, please.
Miss Deal.
You don't have to apologize for not wanting
I think
to put
loser
small
is still
blinds,
with
guys.
us.
I will forgive you.
Or did we get the button wrong, maybe? Yeah, we didn't get the button. That's what happens. Jay Stevens, I like your thinking. Hit that like button. That's the first thing we got to do. And then try and get some of those points from Streamlabs. Hey, maybe that like button gives you a little bit of run good there. $20 the raise from Chris.
6 call, 7 fold.
Johnny calling Barber, back-to-back premiums. This time he's got ace king.
Raise 110, 1 raise to 110.
He's going to make it 110. And everyone folds and Barber wins again. DTN 1968, good to see you. Long-time chat pro around here. See if the gamble gods can be kind to me.
Live 10.
And they were.
You don't do caffeine, but you drink coffee? That doesn't make sense.
If only there was actual money riding on that.
Total, 6 folds. Seven raise, 100 total.
Prestige 3-betting his pocket eights.
1 fold, 3 folds, 4 folds. Yes. 5 folds, heads up.
Kevin going to call out of position. Queen 10 off.
5 check.
Just one over to Prestige's eights. Check, check. And that over is going to pair up, so Prestige is going to be feeling a little bit better about that. Less likely that he's up against a jack, more likely that his eights are good. And the 125 could just get the job done unless Kevin feels like bluffing, and he will make a fold. Super early look at the V-pips. Somehow Prestige not in the lead here. Right there with the JTN. Getting the stream of your choice on as you
Your small blind, Billy.
go through the workday. Sounds pretty good to me.
Will you rescan your hand? Alright, there we go, thank you. 6 fold, 7 raised.
Back-to-back pairs for Prestige, this time the sixes. I think the 20 is on.
1 call,
That's the sizing of $50.
3 folds,
Barber calling.
4 fold, 5 call, 3 players.
Kevin calling. 3 ways we go to the flat. Prestige with 1-6 left in the deck. And it's going to be Barber flopping top 2. And Jack 4.
1 bet 100. 5 folds,
Kevin, I believe, folding to the $100 C-bet. Prestige calling with his sixes. And 5 is almost a 6, but it's not a 6. And Prestige now drawing dead. As the 6 of clubs, the only 6 left, would make a flush for Barber. Prestige leading this turn, though. what the front door clubs haven't gotten there. Barber undeterred, 10 of spades. So no boat here.
Color up on live.
Is it mine? Is it mine?
It is your action.
Prestigious action here. See if he goes for another barrel here. Gonna tell the story that he has a flush.
I'll check.
Across the line.
No, we didn't. I was counting. Yeah.
Prestige checking it over.
You'll check.
Check, lead, check. That's not a line you see that often. Barber, perhaps out of confusion more than anything, just going to check it back.
I wasn't feeling it.
Off
I
to
don't
a
think
very hot start in seat 1.
Yeah. One of my better decisions.
You know who's not off to a hot start? My Denver Broncos. That was an embarrassment yesterday. I was kind of hoping McDaniel would put up the 73 because, I mean, this is rock bottom. I think maybe it's time for Vance Joseph to get fired a second time. Prestige putting the 25 on. And you can't blame Wilson. Wilson's not the one playing defense. His numbers were not terrible yesterday. I mean, he's not the one who was getting owned by Raheem Mostert every other play.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 of call. Heads up.
King Jack 7. That's going to be kings and 7s for B Holden. Prestige with middle pair.
125.
B Holden going almost full pot on this pretty wet board. Prestige giving up. Not a lot of runouts. He's going to want to keep putting money in. With just the jack. Jay Stevens, yeah, your Niners are looking pretty good, and Brock Purdy's done pretty good for me in fantasy these last couple weeks. Plan A was Aaron Rodgers, and that didn't work out, but I'm happy to go with Purdy if he's going to keep giving me 20 points a week.
510.
Speaking of fantasy, just saying, unless something really wild happens tonight, like I'm going to beat Aaron. I'm going to beat our friend A.A. Ron, who you can often hear on this channel. I'm going to beat him. I'm going to beat him pretty good.
4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. Heads up.
He holds him Barber this time.
I'll let you know.
Jack 7 is going to mean another monster flop for Barber. Check. And check again. Queen on the ends means that B Hold'em probably going to pay Barber's value bet here. Patience is going to pay off. This was the only way Barber was going to get any money out of B Hold'em. And yeah, nice river, sir. River that got you paid. If only I would have been smart enough to play Adam Thielen, like this thing would be long over already. Not going to make that mistake again. don't actually have the game on back here, Jay Stevens. So
5 raised, 20 push-ups.
yeah.
6 fold.
Yeah, you'll have to give me updates on the game. I'm actually, for fantasy reasons, much more interested in the other game, the LA Cincinnati game happening a little later tonight. We see Prestige
Phone call,
taking
Anya,
it.
please. Seat 1 is 1,000 behind.
Good question, JTN. What is it with pitchers having problems when they're Mets and quarterbacks having problems when they're Jets? Well, I mean, in the case of the Mets, a lot of those guys are old by the time they get to the Mets. The Mets are like a retirement home for ball players. Like you had Scherzer and Verlander, and they were both 40, and we got exactly what we thought they would, what I thought they would get out of a couple of 40-year-olds. I think we got a bomb pot here. Some straightiness here. Middle cards would be good cards to have here. Prestige betting, holding a pair of 10s and a 10 high club draw makes it $30. Barber should probably be folding here. He has 2 pair on the bottom, and he does make the fold. That was a one-way hand that we gotta get rid of usually. Jack 995 for Kevin.
6 call, 3 players.
He makes the call. Straight draws both ways. Johnny in there as well. 4 and a 5 means that Johnny has Johnny's got an open ender now, as well as his kings and 7s.
Hold up.
Kevin, the one potting here. Prestige making the call here. With 4 pairs and deuce of diamonds on the bottom. Prestige going to hold on the top. He's got 10s and 4s with an ace.
7 check.
That's good enough. Let's see what price tag Kevin wants here. Kevin has bricked everything. See if he wants to give up. He does not. He wants to go the aggressive route. Makes it $300. Trying to make it look like he wants to get paid. All he's playing is a pair of 9s both ways, and gonna get it done. He's gonna get Prestige off of the other half of the pot. I don't think Kevin ever actually expected that he even had half of that pot with just a pair of 9s. Yeah, so Harvey, Syndergaard, Matz, DeGrom were not that old. No, they weren't. But, you know, the thing is with pitchers, like throughout baseball, like a lot of those pitchers get beat up. That's not exclusive to the Mets. It just feels like it happens a lot to the Mets. I mean, look at Ohtani. Like Ohtani's been in the bigs for, what, 5 years, and he's looking at Tommy John #2 already.
Raise, 35 total, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Yeah. And DeGrom, here's the thing, I think DeGrom went too hard. Like, I'd rather have 90% of DeGrom for the entire season than have 100% of DeGrom for like 2 months before he got hurt, which is what we were getting out of him. And I think Cohen was smart to let him walk. And look what happened in Texas. He was hurt within 2 months. And now it's see you in 2025. Yeah, and Syndergaard, like, he was good until Tommy John. Like, Matz was like a walking injury. I don't think he's done much anywhere else either.
3 players.
It's like a lot of freak injuries with those pitchers.
Yeah.
And got some straight draws here. Except for Chris. Chris just has ace high, which is ahead at the moment. It'll be Kevin making the bet, holding his double gut shot. Making it 200.
Barrel, stable eight.
Should get it done, and it does get it done. And those Jet quarterbacks. I mean, when was the who was the last good Jet quarterback? Tell me, who was the last good Jet quarterback? Saw that Aaron Rodgers injury, and it's like the shades of Vinny Testaverde about 25 years or so back, where that was supposed to be the year, and Benny just got hurt immediately. Yeah, I mean, like, what's changed that these pitchers are getting hurt all the time? Yeah, like Maddox just played forever. Lavin played forever.
4 calls.
Peyton Manning was solid through the Indy years.
3 players.
And Denver, like, he just very abruptly got old.
4 check. 5 check.
Another flop where everyone misses.
1 bet 55. 3 fold. 4 fold.
And certainly the last time the Jets had any success was with Joe Namath at quarterback. Mark Sanchez, the punt fumble. Darnold had his moments, but I don't think anybody was ever anointing him as a Hall of Famer. Who's he backing up these days? Is he the backup in San Francisco now? I think that's where he ended up. 25 is on, and Barber with 9s this time.
1 Brady.
And he's going to be held to 50.
Yeah.
Technically, that's a call, correct?
Oh, he's going to be held to a call. It's 25, and that's.
One is raising.
Did you say raise?
He's been held to a raise. Okay.
I heard him say raise before the
Okay, he said raise. That's what happens. If he says raise and he puts out an insufficient number of chips, the rule is he's held to a minimum raise. If he would have put those chips out without saying anything, that's less than half of the legal raise, and he would be held to a call. In any case, Chris has ace king, and now it's $200. So maybe Chris's misclick might save him a little money here, or Barbara's misclick might save him a little money depending on how this goes.
Seat open, Tillman.
Is Tillman coming?
I'm trying
Probably
to
trying to
entice
recruit
him.
Tillman to the game. Apparently Tillman's in the house. Come on in here, Tillman. Just in case you haven't jumped in the last 15 minutes, hopefully you're hearing this and people are peer pressuring you. If not,
One call, heads up.
Barbara going to call. Barbara going to be looking for a 9. None of those looks like a 9. Queen, Jack, 5. Overs and a gutter for Chris. And the C bet here certainly could have the good pairs. Inconvenient spot for Barber. one of those spots where you're going to have a hard time continuing to call if Chris keeps firing.
One fold.
And so he's going to let it go.
How's it going? I know, I'm gonna join probably.
Now, Peyton Manning broke down before he won that Super Bowl. They won that Super Bowl in spite of Peyton Manning. Like, his numbers were probably about the worst numbers ever from a quarterback who actually won the Super Bowl. Like, if you showed me his stat line from that night in Santa Clara, I would never think they won. I would think that Denver had just become the first 6-time loser.
One raise, 55.
We're really good at losing Super Bowls.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Barbara with the dreaded ace queen, making it 55.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Hey, that's the best way to win with ace queen. Just get everybody to fold and nothing stupid can happen. Speaking of disasters, the New York Jets. I mean,
Live 10.
Buffalo gifted them that week 1 win. Otherwise, they'd be 0-3. I know there's chatter about them maybe making a run at renting out Kirk Cousins for the year, but I don't think they're just a quarterback away. If you're a quarterback away,
5 folds. 6 folds.
sure.
7 folds.
But I don't think they're a quarterback away. Now Barber gets ace king this time. Barber getting a lot of hands tonight.
200 total.
35 up to 200. I don't know if that was a misclick. Yes, you could be a Bills fan and you could lose four in a row.
Yeah, and then when you start getting bad hands, you can blame Joe too.
How's it going?
Good, how are you? And you're actually going to be in seat 8.
Now, how did the Cowboys lose to Arizona?
Seat 6.
Someone explain that to me.
I mean, it's like basically right on top of the target. Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Can't straddle if there's no big blind.
Who's it
Can't
on?
straddle if there's no big blind.
Straddle back.
Wait, are you sure that that's
No, it's right. 'Cause I'm small,
Yeah.
which is correct.
He
He's
straddled
big.
last hand, and that's why I was debating whether to straddle. So I just normal big blind? Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes, you're normal big
here,
one.
it's just recognizing having the button right
Yeah,
now, so
maybe
we're
I
trying
should
to
be
get it.
possible.
The graphics are just slightly glitchy here.
Do you think you're the button?
I was definitely small blind last year.
Yeah, so this is
Yeah, no, it's definitely
You
just,
straddled last hand, and then you raised them, and then
the system is just not updated.
yeah, the system's just not updating the button. Did it make? Okay. 5 folded, 6 folded.
Are we good?
We are good now.
We're good, and Prestige has ace king, which is often a good hand.
7 rings.
And
5.
that makes it 35.
1 hand.
take it down.
That'll do it.
Yeah. I'm like, where's the screen? I'm like, no, no.
Waiting a hand or buying it?
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Straight, almost.
I'm sorry. I did, yeah. That's why I was saying I think you guys need to. What's your?
I'm gonna wait.
Well, yeah, you have to, but
Yeah, sorry, I thought you
no,
were
it's
asking me
fine. But what's your name and how much are you coming in for?
800 and Daniel.
800 Daniel.
AKA
Live
loser.
Sounds like we
10.
got a new player in seat 8. At least once the button gets past him.
Well, I mean, he's not in the hand. He can't be in the hand yet. Well, 5 rate is 35 total. It's a lifetime. Huh?
It's the C1 energy.
6 call, 7
It's
fold,
like a nice little
It's
fade.
for Kevin this time.
Get it because you're a barber.
1
It's
fold,
a nice little fade because you're a barber.
3 fold, 4 fold.
Kevin versus Johnny. As we go heads up here, Johnny with the suited ace. Not a particularly good one. Ace 6. That's a pretty darn good flop though for ace 6 of diamonds. 4-3 deuce 2 diamonds. Combo draw for Johnny, who is the equity favorite against Kevin's overpair.
5 bet,
Kevin will bet this one.
6 call.
Johnny calls the 35. Johnny drills the flush immediately with the straight flush redraw. Kevin down to either an 8 or a deuce. Johnny betting 60, and Kevin could bluff catch here.
5 call.
That's what he'll do. He will not get rewarded for his trouble. His 4th diamonds should give him an easy out. 8 of diamonds would have been way more chaotic. Johnny will not get any further value here. I think the 8 of diamonds would have been more painful than the deuce of clubs there. And 3 of a kind on the board. Like, you're not going to go too crazy with the flush just because any pocket pair is going to beat you, and there's certainly plenty of those available. The 8 of diamonds, though, like, you're still going to have the ace high flush, and you're just never going to be thinking that he spiked a boat on you.
1 raise, 35 total, 3 fold.
I mean, I could see a deuce of clubs, like I could see a flush putting some money in, but I don't think you're going to be getting stacks in.
7 call, 3 players. 4 check.
Top pair for Barbara this time. Prestige betting is bottom pair.
All right, everyone. Thank you all very much for participating.
1 raise, 135 total, 4 folds.
Barbara raising Prestige. Who is known to get a bit aggressive.
7 call.
Prestige making the call. Prestige hitting aces up.
5 10.
Pulling ahead here.
I'll check.
7 check, 1 check.
Check, check. 6 on the ends. 3 pair for Prestige now, but the ace is still good. 150. And bit of a decision for Barber. He's against an opponent who can certainly bluff. Ace of spades, pretty problematic in that if Prestige had been on nut clubs, he's gone and hit top pair on you. Is going to make the call, and Prestige going to take this one.
I know, it didn't make any sense.
Whoever said you can't win with 3 pair?
After the flop, it didn't make any sense.
Thank you.
nice straddle if I haven't looked.
If you're enjoying this, be sure hit like and subscribe. Tell the algorithm you enjoy this. Over 100 of you watching this Monday evening.
7 folds, 8 folds, 1 fold, 3 folds, 4 raised, 35 total.
I think we're going to be seeing some Chris versus Kevin here.
5 raised,
Kevin
1
gonna
fold,
4-bet it, which,
6
or
folds,
3-bet it rather, which should get this heads up.
4 folds.
Or just get Chris out of there with the ace-9.
Live 10.
Of course, all the chatter around the football world yesterday was Taylor Swift hanging out at the Kansas City game. Supposedly
8 folds,
becoming involved with
1
tight end
fold.
Travis
Billy, it's on
Kelce.
you.
All I want to know is how much money she's going to make off of the inevitable breakup song. Because we all know that's
4
coming.
raised, 35. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 call heads up.
Top pair for Prestige.
7 bet 50.
Gonna lead into Chris.
4 call.
2 overs and backdoor clubs. That's enough for him to continue. And there's a club.
7 bet 50.
Prestige goes a third pot.
Four raised, 175 total.
Chris choosing to raise
7 call.
and gets snap called. 7 on the end, and that's a club. So Chris rivering the flush, but Ford was straight on the board. I don't know that Prestige will get that attached to a pair of 8s.
7 bet.
He's going to lead into Chris, though, perhaps thinking his ace of clubs is a useful blocker here, as Chris cannot have the nuts. That said, Chris does have the second nuts, so this is not going to work out for Prestige. And this will probably be a raise from Chris.
4 raised, 800.
800 the raise. I believe this is where Prestige can go away.
Wow.
Unless he chooses not to go away, he makes the call. An unfortunate choice on this occasion. Chris may not have the nuts, but he does have the second nuts. That's good enough
100.
to plug himself a nice big pot here.
Good hand, Chris.
I think once you get raised there, the jig is up and you just got to go away. One of those spots where he actually just has the hand that you're representing.
For you on ace king or king queen, something like that. I was right. That club.
Life 10.
Chris this time.
6 fold. 7 call.
I think Prestige might be out for some revenge here.
8 call.
Calling with the 6-3 offsuit. Do not try this at home. Jack winning 5 will keep the deuces ahead.
4 check.
Check, check, check.
7
Queen's going to be a pretty nice turn for Daniel.
4
Our
check.
new player in seat 8, making the top pair. Check through, and the jack pair is on the end.
7 check.
Nobody has a jack. Daniel can go for a bet here. You would have heard from the jack by now. We wouldn't have checked it twice. And he'll make it 60, and I don't see either of these hands being able to reasonably call.
4 check. Or sorry, 4 fold. 7 fold.
What do we think about the Raiders and the somewhat interesting decisions in the fourth quarter yesterday? As far as when you go for it, when you kick the field goal, I really don't understand.
Live.
Like, as a Bronco fan, I can certify that Josh McDaniels does not know what he's doing, and so I'm not surprised. He's done everything except pick Tim Tebow in the first round again.
4 raise, 40 total, 5 fold, 6 fold.
Ted, Poker Monkey, good to see you guys in the chat.
Eight raise, 150 total. 1 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Daniel going with squeeze route with the 9-7.
Oh,
Prestige not in a folding move. Queen high is ahead. And we're ready to go heads up. Ace ace deuce. Queen high still the best hands. Is Prestige feeling like that though? Or he could just lead, which is a patented Prestige move. And
8 call.
gonna get floated by 9 high, which is gonna turn a diamond draw. Prestige does turn a pair of queens. Something for everyone on this turn.
7 check.
Prestige checking now.
8 bet 200.
Daniel going for 200. Prestige letting it go. Hope California was enjoyable, Poker Monkey. Thinking of hitting TCH Dallas or TCH Social in the near future. Well, I've got a suggestion for you or anybody else in the Dallas area. Play the even bigger one this weekend, starting up this Wednesday, running through Sunday. You've got your day ones, Wednesday through Thursday, at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. each day at TCH Dallas. Day 2 on Sunday. $250,000 guaranteed in the prize pool. You're going to play down to 8% on day 1. 12% get paid, 8% back. 30-minute
4
blinds.
raise, 20
$300 buy-in. TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas for all the details there.
6 phrase, 7
Should be a good one.
7 fold, 8 fold.
Wish I could make it. I'm actually going to be heading out to California in the near future. I'm going to head out there first thing Monday, so I got some things to do this weekend. Before I do that, I'm going to go to Sacramento. I'm going to play some circuit events at Thunder Valley. They got some mixed games going, and I'm going to show up. I mean, when else am I going to have a chance to win a ring and deuce the 7 triple draw?
4 check.
Johnny had the best hand. He still has the best hand. See if that'll get the job done. Wherever we're at, I'm doing great tonight. I hope you're doing good as well. Glad you're enjoying the show. If anyone else out there is enjoying the show, be sure to hit like. Hit that subscribe button to find out every time we're on the air. We're on the air pretty much every day these days between the 3 locations that stream, Austin, Dallas, and Houston. At least one of us good for a stream on any given day. So be sure and find out every time we're on the air around here. Poker Monkey is going to be there in Dallas for that tournament. Good luck this weekend as we get set for a bomb pot. Should be a great tournament. I really wish that I could be in 2 places at once and be able to play that one. 10-8-5, ace-9-4. Barbara with queen high diamonds.
3 check, 4 check, 5 check, 6 check. 7 bet.
Johnny, king 10-7-5, 10s and 5s for Johnny.
8 fold.
Prestige making it 50 with 1 pair on each side. Barbara's got the best diamond draw here. Not the nut draw though, and he doesn't really have much on the bottom. Let's it go.
King of spades shown.
Chris making the call, king jack 9-6. So he's got himself a wrap as a 9. And it's a nightmare of a turn up top for him, the 8 pairing.
4 check.
Watch it.
7 check.
Check, check. 3 and another 9. So that'll be trips for Chris. Trip 9s with a queen. Prestige up top has the 10s and 8s with an ace. Prestige makes it 125. Chris letting it go. One of those spots where you'd be hoping that you win half the pot. Queen high, certainly not going to be a winner up top. So Prestige gets all of it instead of half of it. Also coming up in the near future, over at TCH Spring, October 4th to the 22nd, the Fall Classic, over $1.5 million in guarantees. TexasCardHouse.com for the whole schedule there. Don't know if I can make it to any of that. I wish I could. As we get later in the year, I usually get busier.
5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Thanks for Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, look.
30.
8 raise, 30.
Daniel making it 30.
1 fold. 4 fold, heads up.
Chris defending that straddle somewhat unnecessarily with the queen deuce. And he's going to be in some trouble here. He flops top pair, but Daniel with bottom set. No kicker for Chris, so I don't think he'll lose a ton, but he is going to lose some. The 40 from Daniel, and if Chris doesn't call here, he had no business calling free, so of course he's going to call here,
At least the Cowboys
which he
lost.
does.
Yeah, I know the Cowboys lost. It's like getting totally lost.
4 of hearts is going to have Chris drawing completely dead now. 7-6 gets there on this turn. The spades do not get there though. So Chris could still reasonably bluff catch, unfortunately for him. Daniel not bluffing.
At 135.
Daniel going almost full pot, saying I got it or I don't.
Four fold.
Chris letting it go.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm
And first
talking
weekend at TCH Spring,
I like talking to you.
they got a mystery
No.
bounty, $600
No,
mystery
I
bounty.
can't be biased as the dealer. No.
And then also a PLO progressive knockout happening that weekend. Then second week of October, there's a
That's a
horse
dog.
tournament. There's a limited weight.
Sounds like when I stepped on the dog. Lifetime.
There's a progressive
6
knockout
fold,
happening the second weekend, and then
7
the
fold, 8 fold.
$800 main event the third weekend. Should be a good series. If I can get to any of that, I'll make the trip out to Spring. It is a nice location. I've been there a few times. In fact, my career high score came at TCH Spring.
One fold. Thank you.
Just taking it with ace queen.
Only one ever busts out the shot. Go. 3 seconds off the clock. 3 seconds. Small blind. Please. Live 10. Live 25. Double.
Don't suppose
scramble.
anybody else stayed up all night and watched F1 this past weekend out in Japan. There are a couple guys I could swear they were just driving with their eyes closed the way they were running into other cars.
4 call. 5 fold. 6 call.
Queens for Prestige.
7 raise. 75 total.
Prestige going to make it 75. Could get some takers here.
Call. 6 fold. Heads up.
Remember, our quads of the day are queens. He's going to have to backdoor it, though. Ace-7-4, disaster flop, the ace. The last card you want to see, and we go check, check. And then the other card you don't want to see, the king.
7 dead.
Queens are still good. Chris has picked up a diamond draw to go with his pair of sevens.
100.
Prestige makes it 100. And I don't think Chris can raise here. He does just make the call. And he's going to get there on the end. I don't think bluff raise would have worked.
There's a
Check,
bluff.
check, and
That's the only reason why I
Prestige.
checked you.
Mr. Runner Runner.
minimizes the damage.
Good hand. It's like, what are the odds?
Thank you.
Non-zero.
That board just kept getting worse for those queens.
Just gun it for me over there, huh?
I like those backdoor flushes.
What'd you say?
I like those backdoor flushes.
Dang, man.
Live 10. Channel 10.
7-5 suited. You gotta play 7-5 suited.
1 fold. 3 raise, 35 total. 4 folds. Five raise, 125 total.
Re-raise with that suited ace.
3 all in.
B holds him and say, let's play for all the marbles. Gonna be a big ask to fall with ace-9 there. Much too easy to be dominated. He lets it go.
Yeah, in that short stack. But it's unlimited rebuys today. Today, that's the promo.
Thank you.
Unlimited rebuys.
Venus finally home. Glad you're home. Hope you're doing well this evening. Poker Robot, I see you in there.
Like 10. Huh? Did it get shorter? No, I'm just tired and I have really bad posture right now. 3 raised to 35. No, hands if I got shorter. 4 call, which probably isn't possible. 5 calls, I'm already at 6 fold.
That I can gamble again.
5
Yeah,
1.
let's see. Let's see if I can gamble.
7 days, 100 total, 8 fold.
And
Technically,
we're
I'm
heading to a
5
flop about a
but my
million
driver's
here.
license says I'm 5'1". So
Yeah,
it
you want to
counts.
round up.
Yeah.
Prestige
3.
made it 100 actually. At his step, I'm kind of surprised he didn't just go all in.
Okay, peoples.
All right. Bomb pot.
4 players.
Check in the dark.
7 check.
Prestige with a pair of 10s, which is the best hand at the moment. Open ends are for B Hold'em though.
4 check. 5 check.
We check through.
7 check.
Queen on the turn is going to be queens and 10s for Kevin.
4 check.
Third heart pretty problematic.
5 bet. 175.
Gonna make the bet though.
7
Might have heard from a flush by now. B Hold'em pairing an open ender, but you don't like the heart. B Hold'em gonna make the call. Heads up to the river. B Hold'em looking for an ace, jack, or 9. That's certainly not a 7 of hearts. Checks over to Kevin. This seems like a pretty clear check back, and so just that. And he'll be delighted to see that somehow B. Holden does not have a heart. Realistic Poker Chatbot. Are all our bots here?
Thank you.
Our bots that claim to be bots, but I doubt they're actually bots.
Honeymoon's
He's
over.
done with the massage and he's saying that it's serious
You got the game face on now?
game face
You would have won that hand with massage.
I wouldn't have.
Big blind, please.
Player earnings, I mean, we know B. Holden's not up $8,000. I don't know what's going on with the graphics there, but
Live 10.
okay. So what happened was there was a misclick before the show, and the system is sort of sticking with the original story is what's happening there. Apparently the system was under the impression he was in for $10,000, which is a little bit heavy for this game. Back when we used to do the uncapped 510, maybe we'd see 10K, but this game's got to go for a while before the big stack gets to be 10K. If you want to see 10K stacks, though, be sure to tune into TCH Live from Dallas tomorrow, the big game. And they're good for some 5-figure stacks and some 5-figure pots. Ace 9-8. Barber gets another set.
What's that, 75?
Johnny with the hind ends of the straight draw, gut shot. Probably not quite enough to hold the 75. But what do I know? He's going to try and get himself a 7 or maybe a club. Or maybe a pair of 5s that might string him along for another street.
What's that, 250?
250 from Barber. And I'll let it go. This other game starting, that's what I want to know. Okay, they're going in Cincinnati. On to Cincinnati, as Belichick famously said once. Now can we please get some action for Joe Mixon and T. Higgins, or both?
3-fold, 4-fold.
Neither. We're trying to twist the dagger in Aaron here. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to deny him any sort of hope. Sorry, Mel. So Mel and I are on opposite sides here. Mel is fading Mixon and Higgins, whereas I am very much wanting some more points from them. Just some insurance points against our friend A.A. Ron.
One check.
Barber outflapping Kevin.
One call.
What was the 15?
One check.
Queen of Hearts.
5 check.
Check, check. And another heart. That's a lot of hearts. Nobody has a heart, though. See if Kevin feels like turning his deuces into a bluff. This is one path to victory here.
5 checks.
He chooses not to, and he's going to wish he did when he sees this pair of 4s.
Oh, you're talking to me.
No, I'm talking about. I'm sorry. I know it can be confusing.
I see Philly's winning in the other game. I'm sure our friend Dante will be delighted to see Philly out ahead.
Both bet on what pair is going to come out on the board.
Well, some of these teams winning around here.
Her pair comes out. I owe her $1.
Aaron and I are both Brockville fans, and you know, lean times.
Put it out there one time, and I haven't paired it a single time. Oh, my. 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Harper limping in with the 10-3. But hey, it's suited, right?
4 raised to 50.
Chris with the suited ace. Probably going to just chase all the riffraff out. Makes it 50.
Yeah. 1 fold, 3 fold.
Just chasing the riffraff out.
Yeah, no Blake, no Doug. No one's getting harassed right now. I'm harassed all night. It's so boring.
I was getting a massage.
That Prestige is out here getting a massage. She hasn't woken up enough to start harassing people.
I'm on like 4 hours of sleep. I'm gonna crash here in a minute.
Live and 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold,
Looks like since he missed that field goal,
1 call,
I got like 1 point so far. I want more than 1 point.
3 fold, 4 call,
Tell me Cincinnati's going to keep sucking.
5 raise, 65 total. 7 fold.
And Kevin's raise gets through because once again, you know, all you gotta do is raise and you get rid of the riffraff usually.
Live 10, live 25, double straddle. Fold. 1 call. 3 call. 4 fold.
Barbara choosing to limp with the king queen. It's where you see maybe these bigger straddles distort the action a little bit. Less raising, more limping.
6
The
fold.
25 having been put on by Prestige. Don't know what he has yet. Okay, there we go.
4 players.
4 ways we go. Not a bad flop for Prestige. He's got a 4 and he's got a gut shot. He holds him bottom pair at a lesser gut shot.
75. 1 fold. 3 fold. 5 fold.
75 for Prestige gets the job done.
I'm okay with that. It was intentional. It was intentional.
Thank you.
Prestige going to reward Carly
Got work to do. Got work to do.
for that winning hand. Out of break dealers here. Be sure and take care of them.
Live 10.
See if we can get Daniel a hand at some point.
4 raise, 35 total, 5 fold.
Chris raising up that button. Prestige defending. Prestige has the best hands at the moment. Prestige still has the best hands. May not feel that way. Chris continues for 30.
Raise 100.
7 raise, 100.
Prestige going for the check raise, not believing Chris, and Chris does have his hands caught in the cookie jar here. Gonna have to make the fold.
Still possibility on the rainbow flop though.
Did Willa catch that?
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
Woke up from that
Live
dream,
10.
that nightmare.
We're not wanting Nakua catching things.
One fold. 3 folds. I thought I think I
Okay, we're good. Touchdown by somebody I don't care about.
threw that card.
Get Cincinnati back on
I
the
heard it
field.
hit your chip stack. I was like, oh, 5 raised to 35.
That's what we want.
7.
And he might have even stayed in. Looks like he stayed in.
8 fold.
Maybe. That's... Yeah, his heel might have touched.
7 check.
Back to poker, though. Kevin has a club draw.
5 bet. 57 folds.
Kevin's bet gets the job done.
Big. Live 10.
All right.
Live
Let's see the
10.
next hands here.
3 fold, 4 raise to 35, 5 fold, 6 fold.
Ace King for Prestige.
7 raise, 70. You said 70,
I
right?
said 75.
It was pretty small. He makes it 70 over the 35.
8 fold.
Gotta get that extra hit.
He's at 75 rather.
1.
And
4 call, heads up.
just feeling enticed. 8-3 deuce. Chris out flopping Prestige.
115, 7 bet, 115.
Prestige continuing for 115. Chris with his bottom pair. And against an aggressive opponent. Gonna call once. Turn's gonna pair the 8, which is gonna give Prestige a few more outs here.
7 bet, 200.
goes half pot this time. I imagine if Chris calls here, the next bet's going to be the 651 and all in. Don't think Prestige will be shutting it down on the river. That's got to be weighing in Chris's mind. He's going to make the call. Almost 800 in the middle. 10 of diamonds on the end. See if Prestige follows through.
You do?
He does not. Goes check, check. And Chris's deuce is going to get the job done. The 3-outer.
Trying to catch me with whatever, huh?
Thank you.
Okay, so he was out, so it's LA's, no touchdown for LA, and there's a sack there. Please just not Nakua or whoever the tight end is. Neither of them, please. Never be too sure around here. Let's be honest, I don't fully trust Cincinnati. Johnny raising it up to 30 over the limp. 19 will get involved this time. He shall. 29 of clubs for him. Barber with a 3 deuce.
One call.
Should usually let it go. Will not this time. B holds in with an amazing price to set mine. B holds him choosing to squeeze well in, going for the limp jam. And against these exact hands, this should work. And I really like the jam. Like, really, the razor and the cutoff is the only player you should have to worry about, and you're rid of him. So, at this point, you should just get it through. And so just that. Not sure what Barbara was thinking about there.
That was a good spot. You have a good pocket pair there?
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
And Cincinnati got the stop
For
there.
what? For like what? 70?
Out into a field goal.
80? What is it? 90 bucks?
It's like 450-ish.
No, I meant like
I think that was like 120.
120.
Bomb pot, Annie up, please.
Good move.
And we're heading to a bomb pot. About an hour and a half into the proceedings tonight. TCH LIVE from Austin.
Let's play for the flush.
Another Monday night here at Texas Card House.
Somebody's going to get your pair. Some weird pair.
Still got some open seats here if you're in the area and you want to play. Come on over. Jack 9-7 and Queen Jack 5.
One check.
Me now, John?
Some potential here.
Look, y'all.
3 check. 4 check. 5 check. 6 check.
You see Jackson 9-7.
55.
Prestige making it 55. King Queen 6-5. So top and bottom on the bottom board, and he's got the straight draws on the top. Daniel with the flop straight, the 10-8, and then he's got the gut shot on the bottom. He has repotted the 235 over to Barber 5-3-3 seems pretty trashy, right? Unless I'm missing something. He folds. As I thought.
I was definitely not thinking.
Prestige going to call.
7 call, we are heads up.
So I'm thinking like, am I looking at the shift something on the bump pot?
Queen and a 7 on the turns.
The first bump pot.
Prestige still good with the 2 pair on the bottom. Daniel with the straight. He has a head on top.
7, all in, all in.
Prestige all in. And Daniel has the nuts. They're very vulnerable, and he doesn't have a lot on the bottom, but for this price, I think you're compelled to call.
I like that it was an ISO.
Yeah, so I didn't have your help for the straight.
Yeah,
I didn't have an ace, I didn't have a 4, I didn't have a 5. Which is it?
Yeah, we're going to see how much it'll be. $3.75 the price, and the bomb pots we play in increments of $5. So if he's got an extra white chip, that will not play.
$3.75.
Throw spot for Daniel. You're calling for half, and then you're hoping that you hold. Far from certain, with 2 flush draws available, and with it being fairly easy to just randomly spike a better straight.
Sorry, guys.
Just got a delivery, Johnny.
Daniel really taking the time to think this one through.
Got a king
8 full.
Gonna let it go.
10. I'll show you.
Not gonna say I hope I have half. Prestige gonna show that he has something on the bottom. He did have life on the top. If he could have found one of those remaining 10s, that would have made him the better straight.
Thank
I had
you.
to kind of do.
Do you have hearts?
No, I don't have hearts. I was thinking maybe he was a queen or something. You have a heart, I should have a king of hearts with a lot of time.
Rain at 40 degrees sounds a lot better than the 100 degrees that we had yesterday. Not to mention the chunks of ice falling from the sky. I got lucky. The storm, like the worst of the storm, didn't come over me. I just got some rain. Like a few miles over, a different story. There's like giant hail. Like I saw some pictures last night, like some people who were parked at a different card club, and the storm came right over them, and they got their windows smashed by the hail. Guess I was lucky. I was too busy to go out and play yesterday.
3 call. 4 call. 3 clears.
And that hail is no joke. So we go 3 ways here.
I was just, I had absolutely nothing available.
Ace Queen 3 is going to be aces and queens for
3
beholden.
check. 4 check.
Terrible flop for person Johnny.
You have a set there.
Johnny will at least try and wrap it.
6 bet 40.
He will quickly regret that decision, I'm sure. He holds him going for the check raise, wanting to protect against things like diamonds, and that'll shut it down. Cincinnati got stopped again. Why do you have to suck so much, Cincinnati? You were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. AFC title game last year. Why have you forgotten how to play football, Cincinnati? And that game's on commercial, so I can only assume that Mel is cheering for the Philly-Tampa game.
You were nervous.
Just waiting for Dante to show up in the chat and tell us how wonderful Philly is. As a New Yorker, I cannot cheer for anything Philly. It's a rule.
That was close. At 5-7.
No Philly, no Boston. Those are just the rules.
5 calls, 3 players.
3 ways, 3 different suits here. So I bet it'll be all clubs. Or maybe it'll just be everybody with a backdoor flush draw. And that's all anybody gets. Check, check, check. And that's going to be a heart draw for Kevin. It's going to be here at Queens for B. Holton. Gutter for Chris, so everybody picking up a piece of it. Chris making it 50. Kevin's going to be drawing to the nuts. I doubt he's going anywhere. He does make the call. He holds him. And a call as well. Let's see this river. Let's see if we can get some connections here. Only connection is going to be for B. Holton, who has river trips.
Okay, cool. So that's some college liberal art.
Yeah.
His only hope is if somebody else bets at this. And we'll make the check. Chris, going to tell the story that he has trips.
Oh, really?
He just has the busted straight draw. Makes it 160.
I have a rough idea.
And gets snapped by B. Holden, who has the hand that Chris is representing. Mikula catches another pass, which is not ideal. Get the Ravens off the field, so see if the Bengals can make something of the next possession. B. Holden possessing a king and a queen on the button.
3 raised, 65 total.
Makes it 60.
5 folds.
Johnny with tens. Johnny going for the re-raise.
7 fold.
So 180. And that Beholden could continue with,
3 call.
especially in position, and that's what he'll do. He'll make the call. Almost 400 in the middle. He holds it with a little more than twice that behind. And all the overs except the ones that Beholden wants on Ace-Jack-6. Beholden would now very much like Johnny to turn a set here on Ace-Jack-6.
3-bet 125.
Or he'll bet 125 and perhaps Johnny just gives up here. Ace high flop pretty bad when you're 3-betting your 10s. The Jack also somewhat inconvenient. And Johnny lets it go.
Thank you. Six out. Did you say 1K? 1,000.
Be sure to hit like and subscribe if you haven't done so already, if you're enjoying this program. I certainly hope you all are.
Barrels on live.
Something suited for Daniel. Get him back in the mix here. Makes it 30. Beholden with Ace-Jack. He'll be liking that.
Re-raise 84. 4 fold.
Makes it 80.
6 fold. 7 call.
Prestige getting in there. I think Daniel's going to feel priced in at this point. He'll make the call and we'll go 3 ways.
What's second card?
7 check.
There's some diamonds there, so that'll be a good flop for Daniel. He'll flop himself a diamond draw. Nobody connecting too well here. Prestige has bottom pair.
Bet
110 the bet from Beholden, our razor. And Prestige has a pair and a backdoor he's going to call. Daniel with king high diamonds. Could consider a raise here. Calling would also be okay here. That's what he'll do. And he'll get rewarded with king high flush on the turn. And Prestige going to get punished, turning 2 pair. Beholden has a gut shot,
8 check. 3
but
check.
the gut shot will not help a whole lot. He'll need a diamond. And he'll get a diamond. That'll be the nuts for Beholden. So we have 2 pair versus king high flush versus ace high flush. And we have Prestige with the worst of it, betting 225.
8 call.
After everyone check that turn. And Daniel gonna just call it the king high flush, and this is where Behold Him has just 2 words to say, all in. Certainly not gonna have anybody on a straight flush. Behold Him makes it 600, which is not quite all in, but almost all in. Prestige now folding the 2 pair, and Daniel with king high flush. It's the most disgusting scenario possible, but he's probably just on the hook here. Daniel's going to think this over, though. I'm seeing Daniel playing somewhat thoughtfully tonight. A lot of players would have just called by now. What a nightmare. Really wishing turn wouldn't have checked through.
Sorry, all.
Question is Behold Him ever raising with the worst hands? Especially for that size, where it seems to just be begging for it.
Oh.
And he reluctantly calls and sees the bad news, he got rivered.
15 runs.
Behold Him going to take down a big one.
Think you are out, Joe.
Cameron TV wondering why no female players, because none signed up. If you're a poker player of any gender and you're interested in playing on a future show, just contact Texas Card House. There is a link in the video description to a form to get on the show. The link pops up in the chat every now and then. Streamlabs puts it there every now and then as well. Or just contact whichever TCH location you're interested in playing at, and they'll get you connected. Whether it's Austin, Dallas, or Houston, the 3 locations we stream out of. And yeah, there have been a lot of great female players. Yeah, Poker Face Ash has been on. Caitlin Konecki's been on. Certainly a couple of names in the poker content space, and they're a lot of fun to play with. As you can see, like, we don't even have a full table at the moment, so
I had a good one.
it's like literally if a player showed up with a sufficient buy-in and they wanted to play this game, they'd be at the table right now playing this game.
8 raised, 20 total. 20 to call. 1 call.
Yeah, if you were tight, you would have rolled it, you know? Yeah. But it's all good. Nice.
3 raised, 75 total, 4 full. 5.
You know what, Bill? I don't blame him for checking that flush on the turn because Behold Him was the aggressor and he had C-bet. And I think a lead on the turn would basically just scream, I've got it. Johnny playing the Jack-10 suited as a squeeze.
Johnny's all serious.
The squeeze we see is a fairly effective tactic against with these looser ranges that keep showing up here.
What?
I was very tempted.
Ah, he overthrew Higgins slightly, but he may have been interfered with as well.
Will you post this small blind, please? Thank you.
No, you didn't want to. Too late.
Live. Three, four raise, 35 total, 5 folds, 6 folds,
Chris with the red ducks
7 folds.
goes to 35.
Thank you.
Daniel cut down to 125, gonna let it go with the D6 off. Barber gonna defend the straddle. King, queen, 3. Open enter for Barber.
One's at 35.
Gonna lead into Chris. Not sure I like the lead here. Too easy for Chris, the pre-flop raiser, to actually have a piece of this board. And check call is okay, check raise is okay, and Chris is going to say, hey, this is my flop. I raise 125.
One call.
And now Barber's going to put in a bunch more money, hoping to hit an ace or a 9. The 3 of clubs is none of the above.
Yeah.
Four bet 250.
250. Second barrel from Chris.
1 fold.
That's the other problem with Barber having led there. And Chris raises you, and now the turn bet's even bigger than that.
Where's the ball?
If you go the check call route, you keep it manageable. You keep the turn bet manageable. If you check raise the flop, you probably just get rid of the deuces. Unless he wants to be a hero and jam you. He holds him with ace queen. Did he not straddle? No, he's just going to limp. He, I wish he straddled.
5 raise, 25 total, 6 fold, 7
Kevin
fold.
raises. I wonder if we're going to see another limp re-raise here. Daniel with king queen and $125 to start. He probably just shoves here.
8 is all in.
He just shoved here.
1 fold. 3 fold.
No way. Ace queen gets out of there. Wow, he gets the better hands out of there. Was not expecting that.
Thank you.
Ace queen should have stuck to the plan there and raised, assuming that was the plan. Daniel's stack is short enough to where you're really just not even thinking about that raise as being, I have a really strong hand. This is the only size that makes sense with my stack. Field goal for Cincinnati. I'm not coming our way here. 8-8-6 with diamonds. King Jack 7 with hearts. And trips for Barber, who checks. Trips for Beholden, lesser trips, and he's going to bet it. Both of them with some straight possibilities. No, actually the bet's coming from Kevin, who has King Jack 5-3. So diamond draw on top, and top 2 on the bottom. Pretty dicey though. Daniel all in, ace 10 3-3. Hard draw, combo draw on the bottom. Nothing on top. Beholden has trips. He's the one player still in the hand who has trips. They're not good trips. Trips with a 10. And really doesn't have much on the bottom. Lets him go. Correction, Barber did not fold. Barber called, so Barber's trips still in there. Also has 9 high diamonds.
Hey,
Kevin feels like he's got just enough to keep going. He'll call. Here we go, 2 returns, 2 of clubs, 4 of spades. And so Barber fills up on the top, 8's full of deuces. He can't lose now. And Kevin picking up a gut shot. Check, check. Another 6 and 7 of diamonds. Won't love the board pair. If Barber bets at this, like he's actually got a chance to take it all.
1 check, 5 check, showdown please.
Check, check. Barber and Kevin gonna chop up Daniel. Have to draw on the bottom and missed it all.
Wait, what won the bottom?
And see what
King Jack.
Let's see. Higgins hasn't done a damn thing yet. Really should have played Thielen. And Nixon's got me a few
good luck,
points.
y'all.
Have a good night. Ace is done. Thank
And Higby and Nagua haven't done a ton. They are on the field now, though. Is that Nakua? Of course it was. Can Cooper Cup please just come back?
Lifetime.
It's my own damn fault. I could have picked this guy up on waivers week 1.
6 raised, 35 total. 7 call, 35 is the bet. 1 call.
Johnny raising his 4s. We see all the other 4s accounted for.
4 call, 3 players.
Back 10-9 helps nobody. So Chris has the open end, right?
6 check.
Nobody's actually made anything. You check through. 3 will give Prestige a pair. I'll give Chris a better 3. Pair of 4 still ahead.
You're in that rush, when you're on that, the rush is going.
Chris making it 55 with his bottom pair plus open end.
7 call.
What is it?
55. Heads up.
Prestige makes the call with the 4-3. 10 pairs on the end. The queen is going to play for Chris, though.
I feel like you did it to me again, man.
115.
Chris, I put out a bet here. Going to make it 115. Going to go half pot.
Tell me to do it again.
Had the best hands. I'm not sure he thought he had the best hand, but he had the best hands. Prestige gets out of that.
Thank you.
He's hoping you had the flush.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
Can we pretty please just hold LA to a field goal without anything else for Higbee or Nakua, who have already done far too much for my liking?
Live, five, 10, 6 gold, 7 raise,
That's the answer. Keep it on the grounds.
45 total, 1 gold, 3 gold, 4 gold, 5 call, that's
Ace deuce versus 9-6.
5
Pair of deuces for
check,
Kevin.
7 check,
They both have themselves a backdoor. Check, check. And now Prestige has a pair of 6s and Kevin has a club draw.
5 check,
Fun turn.
7 bet, 100,
Prestige makes it 100. Kevin has the nut club draw. And he has a pair, so I don't think Prestige is getting this one through.
all in, 5 is all in.
Kevin says, let's just play for all of it.
I'll give it to you.
Prestige makes the call. Prestige currently ahead. Prestige remains ahead on this Jack River.
Pair of deuces,
Jackson 6s. Gonna give Prestige the full double up.
So what?
Carly going to
No.
get the
I
bill.
was for sure you had it jack. I was just waiting.
24.
The holder of the pair of deuces.
It's like you either have the jack or just
We got some
going.
dealers here at TCH.
That's it, man.
Thank you.
Barbara, you have all the cards right there.
For real, Carly's good at what she does.
Yeah, Mel is showing that Barbara has like the whole.
The nice thing about Texas, like there's supposedly, like the good rooms in Texas, the good poker clubs in Texas.
5, 10,
Like supposedly those are good jobs as dealer jobs go, and so the good clubs in Texas get their pick of the good dealers, which is really nice if you're a player around here because you know
Oh yeah.
you get to have good dealers.
Okay. 5, double.
And certainly makes for a better game.
1 raise, 75 total, 2 gold.
Yeah, so you can tip the dealer either in cash or with the chips.
So it's just 2.
And some players, they bring cash and that's what they tip with, and the cash won't be in play.
5 raise,
Here comes poker.
5 total, 6 gold.
Barbara makes it 75, and Kevin jumps in there with 275, and then we see the double dominating ace jack just have to get out of there.
Billy, there's Mike over there. If there's ever time for peer pressure, it's right now. Maybe he's just like not even liking the game that he's on though. Maybe he needs like a table change, you know?
Ace 10 offsuit. I mean, this is pretty dicey to continue here.
It's not working out.
Playing this deep as well. It's
Yeah.
got to be hard to end up in a spot where you're going to want to play a big pot.
Get up at table 9.
One full.
And he does make the fold, so you see the aggression winning again. Cincinnati getting back on the field. Let's get some points, Cincinnati.
I was trying to, and I was like, no water burger tonight for you. Tillman's too smart for that.
Missing that stuff. Try throwing it to Higgins. Just a suggestion.
What were the last one? What?
Chris like Austin stands it.
No. I was saying, no.
Okay. He just mucked over your hand.
Yeah.
It hit the muck.
Well, his cards
He mucked it.
were here, yeah, and Billy threw them on top, so it kills the hand.
Have you looked at them even? Show him those cards. He's not on the end. Those are the cards on it.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's not
That's
how it
not.
works.
It's a misdeal.
Unfortunately, it's not a misdeal. If a
Okay.
player mucks their hand on top of your hand, it is unfortunately just dead.
I hope you don't have a good
Okay, so we had an accidentally fouled hand.
Yes, absolutely. Lord to live.
Yeah, as Carly's explaining there, if you get your card, you throw your cards on top of somebody else's hand, like your hand's going to be dead, and it's not great. Try to avoid doing that. It's also why we use card protectors.
His hand was on the standard. He hadn't acted yet. Billy mucked on top of his card, and then I brought him in. Technically, Billy, who has smoked, could identify them, technically. But
Cards are identifiable and retrievable.
Unfortunately, in this spot, it does seem like it's got to be killed.
Like that would be your way out, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. So unfortunately, that's a dead hand.
1 full, 3 full, 4 full, 5 full, 6 raised to 35, 7 full.
Then they call back. I didn't know you hadn't gotten
King 9-4, 2 hearts.
6 bet, 25,
Backdoor for
7
Prestige, who quickly
Yeah, I
calls.
can do one more.
King of Hearts going to give Prestige the heart draw.
7 bet, 75, thank you. Yeah, I mean, didn't come in.
Makes it 75. Johnny, not a believer yet, gonna float with the ace high, which is the best hand, the ace jack, which will remain best here on this 10 river. Prestige gonna fire one more time.
7 bet.
Johnny with second nut, no pair. See if he's in a bluff catching mood.
Alright, so don't forget you open it knowing.
He's not. He's gonna make the folds. My God, this LA defense is just all over them tonight.
Alright guys, Carolyn is coming in. Thank you so much. That's my time.
Gonna have a dealer change here. Sounds like Carolyn gonna come in.
Good luck.
Thank you, Higgins. Give me a point total other than 0. While we get this dealer change happening, I'll just put this up real quick. Dallas, even bigger one, starting up on Wednesday, running into this weekend. $250,000 guarantee on a $300 buy-in. That's quite the price. That's going to be 20-minute blinds on day 1, 30-minute blinds on day 2. And 12% get paid, 8% going on to day 2. $250,000 guarantee, flights at 10 and 5, Wednesday through Saturday. TCH Dallas, TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas for all the details there. Next month we got the Fall Classic happening at TCH Spring. full schedule at TexasCardHouse.com. Mystery bounties, progressive bounties, all the bounties. And quads of the day happening here at Austin. Today it is queens for $400, I believe. All the rules, TexasCardHouse.com. You can scan the QR code there. And we've got Caroline dishing out the 4 cards to play a kilo bomb pot, as we usually do on dealer changes, as well as every half hour-ish. 7-4, 2 hearts, 6-5-3 rainbow. 7-4 would be fun to have. Queens and 7s for Johnny. See a straight for B Holden. A queen and a 5. We pair both boards. Johnny has 3 queens. B Holden and Chris W. Chris W has to have both. 5's full of 6s for Chris W. So it's looking like Johnny with queens full of 7s and Chris with 5's full of 6s. B Holden betting $20. He has 5's full of 3s. Chris with 5's full of 6s and 5's full of 3s makes the call. Johnny making it 80. Top boat on top.
Yeah, he had already done that.
Nuts on top. He has a hammer lock there. And just makes it 80. He could get 2 callers here and continue printing himself some money by keeping it multi-way. He holds him in there with the 5's full of 3s. Chris with the 5's full of 6s. Also going to make the call, it looks like.
3 players.
So the rivers we go. B Holden needs an ace to get half. Not on that board, though. Came on the wrong board. Funny how that happens. They put the rivers the other way around from what you want them to be. So Johnny and Chris going to chop this up. Johnny checking. He holds him checking. Does Chris want to bet here? He does. 140. Johnny certainly can't fold here. He can very comfortably call. He holds him 5's full of 3s and 3 pair. Aces and queens with a 5 is what he's playing on top. Makes the call and he's going to get scooped.
5, 6,
Johnny and Chris going to chop up B Holden. Caroline going to get that pot chopped. Chopping it like a champ.
you? All right, back to Holden. Thank you.
You heard the lady. We're going to go back to Holden. As we're into the second half of the show tonight.
Live check.
Ace King suited for B Holden. Nice way to perhaps bounce back from the unfortunate business in that bomb pot just now. Makes it 30. Shiny and Prestige both getting in there. Just hold Barber. Just hold Barber. There you go. Good job. 3 ways somehow. 10-9-5 with 2 clubs. That's going to be a nut club draw for B Holden. And Prestige leading for 50 despite having absolutely nothing. Beholden going for the raise. Makes it 150. Prestige has another chance to fold here. I think Johnny folded already. I don't see cards in front of him. Prestige, of course, folding now. He got his hand caught in the cookie jar, and that happens sometimes, and he just folds and say, you got me. No more bluffing for me. It's this time for Beholden. Goes for that limp. Chris, the 25, Prestige gets in there. Beholden with a great price to call. Does not get rewarded. Chris W with top 2 pair here. Prestige with a double gutter on his queen 9-6 board. Chris makes it 40. Prestige, of course, calling. Needs a 7 or a jack. Instead, he gets another 6. And it's queens and 9s and 6s for Chris W. Gets the lead from Prestige up to 85. We've seen this before. Certainly the bottom card pairing is going to be a bit better for him, but we see how often he bluffs though, and not going to sell it this time. Ace on the ends. An even more problematic card for Chris, I think. Any ace-X just made it better 2 pair. 175 from Prestige. See if Chris can find the call this time. Chris with 3 pair and seeing the ace hit on the river. It is the ace of hearts though, so this isn't nut hearts make top pair. It's not one of those situations. Backdoor spades maybe, and Chris does make the fold. Well done, Prestige.
I was like, ah, man.
Not scared of the back, of the flush there.
Gonna send a few dollars Carolyn's way.
It's easy if you might have it.
Yeah.
Keyword might.
Yeah. Got that.
Yeah. And your last one.
Two, 5, 10, 20 this hands. Prestige has a suited king on the button. He'll open it up. 9s are Beholden. Which way does he go here? Is this call or is this a raise? Looks like it's going to be a raise here. Makes it 70. Prestige from the call. Heads up we go. King 6 versus 9. So who you got? I like the King 6 of hearts here. Flopping a heart draw. Flopping a terrible flop for Beholden's exact holding. Beholden continuing for 80. Prestige deciding to call. Prestige going to turn a gut shot. Seven on the end. Beholden gonna hold on, fading the world. Prestige, I think is gonna bluff at this. High, very rarely good here on this particular board. Makes it 175. And gets called by Beholden, who I suspect has seen the show before. And turns over those nines. Prestige with the busted draw. Don't blame him for going for it. Oh, it's not going good for Cincy. Gonna get chased off the field again. They ought to get booed off the field the way they're playing.
Raise 35.
Shiny makes it 35. Just the only two. Pair of jacks for Johnny. Pair of club is going to get Chris a club draw. Chris will bet it.
Hey, I'm not even good with it.
Call for Johnny. 10 on the ends will give Chris a pair of 10s. Johnny will have a hit though. Check, check. Johnny will take a modest one. Did Stafford just throw a pick? I believe Stafford just threw a pick. Good for me fantasy-wise. You know, the less the Rams are on the field, the fewer points the Rams are going to score, and the more chances I'll have. And Barber with a chance to score here. He's got some red jacks. Makes it 35.
We're in the middle of the hand.
I'm ready, I'm like,
Kevin.
No cards needed.
That's up we go.
I was ready to double straddle. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, you missed
7-3
it.
deuce. One club.
I'm sure they were ready for it too.
Barber well ahead here. Jack 9 of clubs knows the TJ Gradient. Choosing to float that $40 C-bet. Or correction, that was a lead of $40 that Barber called. And now I think he's just going to shut it down. Jacks are going to be good here. Only gets one street of value though after the flop. As we check down.
Did I make up for my lost straddle? What do y'all think?
20?
Kevin, let's get there. I can't tell.
I don't think Kevin
I
minds
was
either
expecting a
way.
little more.
Oh, really?
20 or 25?
25.
25.
That's a little one.
Prestige putting on the 25.
Full quarter. What do you think?
I really wasn't listening.
That's not a good excuse. Right, 75.
No, it's 75.
This seems straight. Can we fix that? Oh, okay.
Just grab this spot up here.
Call. Yeah.
All right, looks like it's a three-way flop.
Well, with one person behind the hand before, right? Oh, okay.
And top pair for prestige on King Jack 4. And back door. The only holding of substance here. And prestige going to take that one. Let us know in the chat where you're all watching from this evening. We reach all over the world. Want to see what corners we've managed to find tonight. Last week we had somebody check in from Finland. Can anybody beat that? Is there anybody watching from further away than Finland?
That was easy.
First time that's happened.
That's a raise, and then nothing.
We all knew it. It was like, no, we
What
got
happened? You get a walk?
Yeah.
to walk. That's the first time.
2-5, yeah.
First time today.
Oh, everything was a touchdown from T. Higgins. I hope that's not on Cincy. Is that on Cincinnati?
Raise to 20.
Damn.
Oh.
They're walking the wrong way.
Oh.
Looks like they got him for interference. Barber's got kings.
Raise. Oh, yeah, okay, that's 25.
It's the dream. You see the raise to 20 and a bunch of calls, and you wake up with kings.
5-0 or 1-5?
Barber's been waking up with everything tonight.
Full.
Makes it 115. Johnny's
Raise.
king queen
350.
goes for the back raise, the very unfortunately timed back raise. He goes to 350. Barber choosing to just call. Gonna tread a little bit lightly here. Queen Jack deuce. This could be trouble for Johnny, who flops top pair. Barber has that beat though. Barber checks it to Johnny. Continues for 175, about 20%. And he could have a set. So I think Barber's going to keep treading lightly here. He's going to go for the check call.
Next hand, 600, 1200, 1200 big blind edge.
The 10 is going to give both players the open ender. And 6 of hearts will dash anybody's dream of making a straight. Check, check again. Barber takes that one. And Cincinnati continuing their futility on offense.
Half hour from when I said that. Raise to 35.
Good news is I do have a 31-point cushion on Aaron at the moment. Let's just hope that we don't see the Rams decide to pop off here. And it's 6-3. Nobody's been that effective yet. Both players swap a pair here. Three of clubs. It's a third club that nobody has. Gutter for Chris now. Three pairs on the river. See if Kevin even wants to get one street out of this. He does not. We're just going to go check, 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 check. Barbara's expecting a pair of threes here. Check, and see if anybody wants to take a stab at this. Kevin just has 10 high. $50 from Kevin. Barbara, pair of threes, gonna let it go.
Surprised he's still here.
Three deuce action. Get that, a three. Johnny out flapping Prestige. Prestige gonna pull ahead on the turn. Ace of spades. Last bet was a bluff. This one's for value. 125. Johnny has a pair against an aggressive player, so he's going to call. And he's not going to get bailed out. He needed a three. He did not find one. Prestige's kicker does not play, though. We go check, check. Prestige will take it.
You're good at that ace on the turn, paired board.
Ooh, that high blood pressure, man.
Two, 5, 10. You can see it. Our 66th hand of the evening.
Raise to 35.
Kevin opening this one up.
Great players.
Shining Prestige coming along. Well, three deuces made a pair. And Johnny's got a gutter. Everybody checks. 5 of spades is
35.
not an exciting card for anybody. Prestige. Gonna fight though, gonna make it 35. Johnny gonna call. Surprising. 8 on the end is not the river of his dreams.
All right, let's go. 75. Check 75.
75 from Prestige gets the fold. Johnny could not find the 9 he was looking for.
Yeah.
Nor could he find the Jack or the 10 that he might have said good enough. Get on to the next hands here. 2, 5, 10. Straddle usually on. It's not mandatory, but it is pretty common tonight.
Scanning my cards.
Don't worry about it. So, 35. Hello.
5, the
New player.
raise from Kevin.
Raised to 80.
80 the bet from
No,
Johnny.
Kevin raised it. Chris folded.
80 the
Sorry.
re-raise from
Chris
Johnny.
folded. Kevin raised it to
And
35.
Prestige.
Johnny raised to 80. Yeah.
Flatting it looks like. I think the graphics have hiccuped a little bit here. Okay, so I'm told from the future, Johnny actually has 2 queens and Prestige has 2 jacks. I think the cards got crossed up on the scanners. So big cooler in progress actually. Queens versus jacks, both flopping an overpair on 8-6 deuce. Not much for Kevin here. Johnny continuing for 55 and
So I was trying to scan cards.
Prestige
It's not going to.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
still has his cards. He still has his
Not
cards.
an intentional fake out.
I assume he's called the 55. He has 7 of clubs on the turn. We don't know if there's a club in play here. I doubt Prestige has the club. If anybody has a club, Johnny has the club. Johnny checking it this time.
95. Call.
And I think we have,
Jack.
so yeah, we had, I think, a 95 and a call there. And Queen's going to be good. As scary as that board got. Felt like a big four, but that board got very straighty, flushy, and you see nobody had a club as it turns out. So suddenly nobody was interested in putting money in it.
Thank you.
Routine and cut someone else, and that's like jinx.
I know.
I bet B.
I know
Holton
it's
would be
rules.
interested in putting some money in base 10. He's interested in putting $20 in. Kevin re-raising with 5-4, 70. We see Kevin tends to lean towards 3-betting. 3-betting a lot. A lot of this gonna get the job done here. Ace 10 offsuit, not all that desirable out of position. Kevin getting away with another one.
Raise 35. Call.
26 might be a little ambitious. Everybody's calling here. Well, two people called. So Johnny and Prestige go three ways here. He's 6'3". So Kevin and Prestige both flopping a pair of sixes. Kevin with the better kicker. Kevin making it 50.
2,000?
Not afraid that somebody has the ace. Prestige going to make the call. Prestige needs some help here.
And what's your name?
The 4 is not all that helpful to him. Needs an 8 to win. That board pair will chop it. You go check, check. The 3 pairs. This will chop if it gets the showdown. Now 6s and 3s with an ace for both players.
Check. 75.
Prestige makes it 75. Kevin gonna call, chop it up. Scoring's hand number 69. It's gonna end with a chop, and the cat with the 99 roll. Nice roll. How is this game tied at 6 at halftime? That's crazy. Still have a cushion of like 30 points now versus Aaron, so that's the
No way I've
important
been here
thing.
for half hour. Have I?
That's the important thing.
Oh, it is. We'll do
We're
it next
beating
time.
Aaron.
Apparently I have been here for half hour. Time flies, man.
When you're having fun.
Something like that.
That said, you never know.
Fold. Raise 30. Call.
Hey, do you want the bomb pot? What's his name? Johnny?
Fold.
All the way outside.
Heads up.
He said post his straddle. He said post his straddle, but we're doing a bomb pot, so I wasn't sure if he wanted to
MH
do the bomb
versus
pot.
Barber. 7 deuce deuce. Nobody with 7 deuce though. We have slightly higher standards for hands than 7 deuce tonight. Barber calling MH's 25, our new player in seat 8. Barber getting an ace on a turn. MH going to put $90 in at exactly the wrong time. Barber has just turned him dead.
I figured. I just wanted to make sure because he said the straddle, and I was like, you might want to They only come in for 30 minutes.
So pretty straightforward call, and we'll go to the river heads up.
I figured somebody had a straight flush.
There's a queen. Barber's kicker not playing anymore.
So I had straight because I had the straight flush.
I think MH gonna just give it up here. Barber gonna try and get some value. I doubt he's gonna get it though. Needs to fold from MH, and Carolyn gonna push the pot Barber's way. And it looks like we're onto a bomb pot, given that everyone's tossed out $10. $10 gets you 4 cards, it gets you 2 flaps. Then you run your own. Queen 4-4, and that's 10-3 it looks like. See a set of 10s for Kevin. I see Trip fours for Johnny. And now I see quad fours for Johnny. And the queen of spades on the bottom, what does that do? That gives Johnny Broadway with a royal draw. Just that. And he has quads, so, you know, scoopability. Makes it 30. Prestige calls the 30, holding the bottom ends of the straight on the bottom, and that's it. Barber gonna get himself quartered here. He's got Broadway on the bottom. He's getting free rolls. He cannot get all of the pot. The best he can get is part of the pot. In fact, the best he can get is a quarter of the pot. With Johnny holding the same straight, and Kevin with third set and blocking a boat out. Forceful 10s on top. He is going to call. 3 and a 5 on the ends. I would have loved to see that 10 of spades. I really wanted to see quads and a royal in one bomb pot. Only going to get one of those, though. So Johnny going to get 3/4, and Johnny can bet here with impunity with an immortal lock on half the pot. And the nuts on the other, so he's got some percentage of the bottom as well. He's going to get more than half the pot. Over to Kevin. Looks like everybody but Kevin is called at this point, so Johnny's going to make some money here. Kevin letting it go, and Watson Broadway, so nut, as they say, and Prestige with the inferior straight, gonna get scooped here. Barber, right, and he shows his hands. He gets a quarter of the pot. He gets half of the bottom.
Not at all, man. He's milking out like this. And milk's going on here.
Pays the free roll. A spade would have been unfortunate for him.
Someone was milking. Someone was doing the milking.
Your worst case scenario, I got 4. I might get them.
Because it went 4 ways for a while, then 3 ways. If it goes 4 ways,
With 4 ways, you make money because if it goes 4 ways, the last bet. So you make well, you break even, but plus everything in the pot. So you make money from whatever. You break even on the last bet. All right, last time left 25.
Just discussing the finer points here of quartering. You're getting a quarter.
Let him know.
If the last street is 4 ways, then you get your money back, plus you get a quarter of whatever dead money was in the pot. Otherwise, you're going to lose.
Well, it's whatever's in the pot, so 70 pre-flop.
An important consideration as we navigate split pot games, whether it be these bomb pots or whether it be a high-low game or something like Batusi, Badesi, Archie, various games where we have different ways of chopping pots. Be very aware of when you're looking at only getting half the pot, when maybe you might only get half of the half.
good strategy for you to get days. Now keep it. Man, it's full call.
Prestige has 7 deuce, so that's a cutter.
Nobody wanted the pot.
I was like.
Chris picking up the combo draw on this queen of hearts. Don't think Prestige gets rid of it now. 65 rather. I don't know that he was getting rid of Chris with his overs anyway on the flop, but certainly not getting rid of him now. River is a 4 of spades, a total brick. Ace high good for Chris.
They don't have
Prestige gives up, I believe.
That would have really been.
So that ace queen would just be a pair of queens kicker.
No, they would have trip 4s, ace queen.
Or hammer, getting
Cannot
hammer.
play the queen.
Because the ace is higher than the.
No, they just play. They play the trip.
You want to, any pair would be a vote.
You have to have a pair in your hand to have a vote. If you don't have a pair in your hand, then you're just playing 2 high cards, the 2 highest cards.
two highest cards you trip.
The trips on the board, it doesn't matter. Because you can't play the other queen on the board. You can only play the queen.
Ace king, your ace king was not no vote.
I think we're now discussing how
So it had a
PLO works when you have three of the kinds on the board.
It's not like
Three of the kinds on the board. If you have the fourth card, you have quads.
that boosters or trades.
Otherwise, given that in PLO you're playing exactly three cards, you have a pair in your hand, then you've got a boat. Otherwise, like unless you have like a flush or something, then you're just going to be playing trips.
Three player.
Everyone misses here. Everyone misses again. First clear to blow on this is going to win. Looks like that'll be MH. And I did see 5 sticking around there. Hey, look, I didn't lose on Streamlabs. It's a miracle.
Preston, you're in? You're big blind.
Another hand of 2, 5, 10 coming up here.
Raise 50.
This makes it 50 and Barber comes along. Barber flopping a diamond draw on Jack 8 deuce. Chris with top pair. So we'll see the bet happen. $40. Barber not going to go anywhere yet.
Oh.
Turn's going to pair the 8. Just going to check it over. Going to go check, check. Diamond's on the end. That's a flush for Barber. Just going to say that 8 certainly would have been a leadable turn for Barber if he wanted to go that route.
That was not very good.
Middle card pairing. Often better for essentially the big blind defender as opposed to the razor.
Go down.
Chris calls and kind of see the bad news. Barber got there on the end. Looks like the 10 will be on again.
Raise to 35. I'm having trouble.
I'm exercising my American rights. I'm inside the Senate.
Raise to 85. Fold.
Barrels on 8.
Suited ace for Chris makes it 35. Johnny getting after it with the king 5, and this might even work. He's 7 not the best ace. He is going to call though. See 3 more cards. That's 1 club. That's 2 clubs. That's 3 clubs. That's a flush for Chris. See if Johnny ends up incinerating any money here. He's going to just check. 6 of diamonds will keep him out of trouble. Chris with the nuts here. He's going to seek some value, it looks like. Unlikely to find any. $75. Johnny with 2 black cards of the wrong shape. Is forced to make the fold.
But see, he also has 5-3, so he can.
Raise 20.
I mean, you're still drawing. Or, you know, you hold back.
Raise to 65.
Battle of clubs here. Prestige 3 betting. Kevin looks like he's going to keep going. Makes the call. 10-9-5 flop gives Kevin top pair, gives Prestige the open ender.
75.
We'll continue for 75 with that straight draw. Kevin continuing with top pair, makes that call. 9 on the turn. On the ends after Kevin calls the, or Kevin checks the, Kevin and Prestige check this turn. I can't read the graphic anymore. 3 spades on the ends. See if Prestige goes for another bet. Bet, check, bet would seem a little bit fishy though.
Kevin checks.
Prestige will still toss that 190.
Very subtle.
Inconvenient for Kevin that the front door spades came in, but the straight draw missed. You do have a 7 though, which blocks the straight draw, which is a bummer. You also don't even have a kicker. I hear cheering. Did something happen in football 15 minutes ago?
No, the big place. They're not even, I think it was in the tournament.
Kevin lets it go.
Holy cow.
Prestige gets away with another one.
I think they were just
No, they're sitting over there. Yeah. You mind grabbing it for me? Appreciate it. They're looking out.
Oh, they're stoked.
So how many of you all watch college football? Anyone else completely unsurprised that Oregon just devoured Colorado the other day?
So, and that doesn't go to the pressure.
For all the talk, I mean, Colorado hadn't actually beaten anybody. Could they get to the point where they're a program that's competing? Yes.
Yeah, so it's $20.
Is this the year they're going to do that? Probably not.
Revise and $20 add-on.
Gotta manage those expectations.
It's the same kind of structure, except they don't call it a free roll because it's not. Because it's just like a free roll around.
Kevin's jacks make it 35. Invites Johnny along. Prestige gets in there.
Just a little more happy.
He holds him.
It's a $20.
10-9 off.
$20 add-on.
I think he'll talk himself into it. He's shall, and we're going to go 4 ways here. Can the jacks hold? No, they can't because there's a 7, which means that Johnny has flopped a set. B. Holzman and Prestige both have pairs as well. So Kevin going from first to worst, essentially. Johnny with the set making a 35 Prestige calls. B. Holzman probably going to call, and second pair is basically never good anymore, especially with the draws available, and I imagine he'll be folding these jacks. Lets him go, just had to warn them a little bit first, I think. Prestige picks up a gut shot on his 5 of flips. Johnny, unafraid of somebody having 8-6 here, makes it 85. 8-6 did get there on that turn. I wouldn't be afraid either. Prestige thinks he's picked up a little something, so he's going to call, and he has picked up a little something. B. holds him drawing dead. Gets out of there. The river is an 8. 2 pair for Prestige. Border was straight, though. I doubt this gets too out of hand. Johnny checks. See if he'll be check calling Prestige. 175 the bet from Prestige. See if Johnny finds the call here. Johnny does make the call. Set versus 2 pair, bit of a cooler there. Oh, thank God, that was a timeout. That was not a Higbee touchdown. That might be 30 points or whatever, but I take nothing for granted.
Raise to 55.
A6, King 10-5, all spades, which means that it's MH flopping the nuts this time.
Bet 85.
No spade for Prestige. Makes it 85. MH making the call. Oh, the K6 comes out. Prestige may get himself in trouble unless this board pairs on the end. Prestige is all in. He's going to get snapped. Prestige needs the board to pair in the worst way. Sounds like it's twice. There's a boat for Prestige. King on the end. We're going twice.
Yeah.
Chop it up.
And chop it up. I don't know what the other river was, but it was clearly not a board pairing river. Graphics did not seem to capture the run twice. So they're actually chopping that. Prestige dodging a bullet there.
You gotta put it on the felt. I saw it, so I don't think he's gonna make a big deal out of it. But just for technicalities purposes. Too late, Preston.
I'm not that kind of person.
No, I know you're not. But, live,
You were, it's
10,
not too
45. He's not wrong, okay?
Barber limping to 25. King Jack of Diamonds for Chris. We know someone who loves the King Jack of Diamonds. He's making it 125. Barber making the call there. There's a diamond, and there's two diamonds. Diamond draw for Chris, trips for Barber. Two diamonds, two nines. Chris checks it to Barber. Smashing yet another flop over there in seat one, makes it 55. Chris making the call, the turn. Jack of hearts. Barber still with trips here. 135. Got a third pot. Seems on the more value-y side. Chris gonna make the call. Chris looking for a diamond. But not that diamond. That's the 8 of diamonds. Chris rivers the flush, but Barber rivers the full house. Another massive cooler working out in Barber's favor tonight. Chris going to make it 250, about half pot. The question isn't whether Barber raises. The question is how much does Barber raise and how does Chris react?
Last week they were here until 6 in the morning.
For real?
Yeah, they played all night. It was crazy.
I think if I'm Barber, I probably go about $1,000 here.
At like 2 a.m. But,
Oh, really?
But I mean, they weren't quitting. Yeah, I was feeling I was waiting for this table to break to get out.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe this.
Yeah.
He goes a little bit smaller.
660.
Was it like
It was only one of the guys who was
660.
playing on the screen, and then 2 other
So like basically a little bit more than a click back.
Yeah.
This is just begging for a call. And Chris gets out of there. Chris makes the fold. Well done, Chris. When it's your night, it's your night.
I don't work Thursdays.
Well, it's not by Chris getting out of the way there. I wonder how he reacts to a bigger raise.
With Doug here? Yeah, that's just... I remember the first time that we did that. It was like me, Doug, and like a couple other people at like 4 in the morning making up nonsense bomb pods. It's his favorite thing though. It was fun.
I feel like the 250 might have been more of a
And I was like, Doug, I don't
blocker
think we can
type
do
of a
that.
bet for
He was
Chris.
like, no, it's good. You can play as many cards as you want. And I was
We're
like,
like doing one card hold
Raise to
and then
30,
like
yeah.
side PLO hand, and then like couldn't look at your PLO.
One of those
she's
bets
the only
like
person
simple
who
rat
would
if we
like,
get
be
raised,
like,
then
oh
we
no, we
know.
should just play anything goes bomb pods.
Perhaps feeling more desirable than facing the prospect of check calling something like
It's like
$800.
strictly a hold'em player. So
Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds.
No one has a strategy.
Diamond draw and top pair for B
but I
Holden.
think people who play
Bottom
Steve
pair for
Holden
prestige.
have a little bit of an edge, right?
Who's going to
Yeah, it was
lead
check,
for
set,
$50, leading into B Holden. He calls, I believe.
One of it. You don't know.
Oh, of course.
And looks like a 5 of hearts on the turn.
I'll check.
Prestige slowing down here, making a check. Jack of diamonds will give B Holden the flush this time. Lots of flushes tonight. And sometimes they're even good for winning the pot. Prestige going to say, I have the flush. I have the flush. I bet $100, and B Holden will soon be saying, no, I have the flush.
Yeah.
B Holden wants to see what Prestige has behind. Sounds like we are looking at a raise here. Understandably so, especially if you have an opponent who's inclined to call. And B Holden moves all in. He covers Prestige.
All right, bump
It does make the fold. 4 is nowhere near good enough to call that bet there, luckily for him. And we're onto a bomb pot.
It says I should be at 519, but I'm like 200.
Well, that chopped pot, it awarded it all to you. So I think it's
We are into power hour here, the last hour of the show. You know, it does get a little bit frisky sometimes. See if the straddles get even bigger than the 25s.
Yeah,
that
his
we've
is short,
seen.
yours is. He has too little, you have too much. It's fine.
Yeah, it's been like spot on.
Players keep going after the stream
Yeah,
if
and,
they
Yeah,
I
want
don't
to,
tip for my stack just so I can keep track. So
but you want to,
that's the reason why I use cash.
maybe you want to try and get yourself unstuck
Well, if you want to fix
before the
it, he
cameras
has,
go off.
what is that, 280?
Amazing, Mixon just runs into 5 guys every single time they give him the
I
ball.
don't care that much.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
How's this mean 9 to 6?
Get please.
It's pathetic. What's not pathetic though are these flops. 10, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. King, Queen, 10, 2 clubs. Johnny with a club draw. And he has a pair of 10s on both boards. Prestige with a 9 high diamond draw. MH with the Queen high diamond draw. Everyone's checking. Set of kings for Kevin Y and a king high club draw on that same board. Makes it 70. Johnny with the ace high club draw. Makes the call. B holds him with a wrap on one board. That's all he has. Makes the call. Probably could get away from that. Chris W, ace jack, ace 6. So Broadway and a gutter. 7 pairs, 5 of clubs. So the nut flush for Johnny on the bottom board. On the top board, B Hold'em with the B Hold'em has the equity advantage with the wrap. Doesn't have the straight yet. Like I think it's actually just the kings and 7s, the best hands right now for Kevin on the top board. He does pot it up to 350. He's got kings and 7s, and he's got a set on the 3 club board. Johnny calls, just Johnny calls. The rivers we go. 6 of spades, jack of diamonds, awful run out for that set of kings. But the straight draws get denied their equity on that top board. It is going to be kings and sevens for Kevin on the top board. Nut clubs for Johnny on the bottom if we can get to showdown here. Did Joe Mixon score that touchdown? Pot for Johnny there. This would be an insane call for Kevin if he finds the call here. I would not make this call myself. Way too easy to be scooped here. Way too easy to be scooped here. And ace on a Broadway has you dead on the bottom. On the top, he makes the call. Chop it up. Incredibly dangerous call there. A set of correction, not set of kings. King high flush. So a more defensible call. Forget what I'm saying. I remembered he had a set. I forgot all about the king high flush. And so, yes, that was a touchdown for Mixon. Take that AA run. Way less sweaty for me now. 38 points in 20 minutes. That'll be hard to pull off. Straddle. Barber flopping a flush draw because that's what he does. Kevin with top pair here. From Kevin. Barber not going anywhere. He's going to make that call. To the turn we go. That's not a spade. It's not there yet. Queens and threes now for Kevin. You can definitely bet here. You can still get value from a spade draw. Which is what he's going to do. He's going to go pretty big here. I think that's 200. That's 150.
Now, the board was good for him, but he's still wasting time. He's still behind, but he's gonna, yeah, within the turn, he's like almost a little time.
Barber taking his time to think about this. He's going to let it go. interception there by the Rams. Or, yeah, well, the Bengals coming up with the interception of the Rams. Queens for Chris. Queens, the quads of the day today. In addition to being a pretty good pair to have. $35. And Johnny with the suited king, prestige. Calling as well with the king 10. All the quads are dead. MH has a queen. We'll call those, so more money for Chris to win. And Barbara with the 6-4 offsuit. 5 ways, why not? 3-3 deuce, just the flop everybody wanted. Barbara does have himself a gut shot here. Queens ahead by a country mile.
I know, I've only seen queens on top. Oh, fold. Oh, replay.
Chris's 50 gets called by Johnny and by Barber, who gets there with a 5 on the turn, straight for Barber. Sneaky straight versus overpair. Chris gonna get victimized by Barber again. Another core scenario. Chris goes half pot, 150. Johnny can only chop if the 4 comes in. That's where Johnny should be going away, assuming that we've read his cards right. He makes the call. I'm actually not convinced that he has king 6. It doesn't make any sense to get this far. Barber going for the check raise up to $700. Now Chris is going to be scratching his head. This just got really complicated for Queens. Not sure I check raise there. He wouldn't love another club getting there. He might just have to take that chance. Because now you just scared an overpair out of there. Barber essentially presses the cash out button. Does win himself another nice pot. He is up to like $5,500 or so. Really good night for Barber tonight.
Get your card. There you go. Alright, got full fold, raise to 20.
He's king for Kevin.
Call.
See how many callers he gets. He gets Johnny. He'll probably get Barber. Very big blind. Three ways we go. 8-7-3. Gutter for Barber. Ace king still ahead. C-bet of 30. Johnny gonna call the overs. Barber overs on a gutter. And the queen is the over card that misses everybody. Of all the cards bigger than 8, that's the only one that doesn't help anybody. $150 from Kevin. Don't know if Barbara can hang on this size, and he won't. Win the big pots, lose the small ones. Not like my strategy of win the small pots, lose the big ones. Yeah, Daniel got queen's hand, the fault there. I don't blame him. Like you get to the turn. You went bet, call on the flop, and then the turn does bet, call, raise. You have to think that your one pair is not going to be good, and it's certainly not going to want to face a much bigger bet on the river, which is very likely to come. But yeah, that was a good fault.
You don't want to join us? I thought about it, but I was like, man, I'm going to go dabble in this tournament, and then I quadrupled up, and I'm the chip leader.
The race for prestige.
She's down there, the chip leader, she ripped in. I snap her with queen, 10 of clubs, and fucking flop comes. Queen, queen, queen.
He holds him. Wants prestige all to himself. He's going to make the re-raise with his nines. He's going to make $100.
I hate tournaments.
Prestige is going to, I believe, move all in, which is, the graphic is wrong. He has about half that because of a mistake earlier where
I'm okay with that.
there was a run twice that wasn't caught. Beholden certainly going to call the 200 and change. So,
what do you have?
nines versus Jack 3, seated Prestige.
What do you have over there?
And doesn't find himself a Jack.
Yeah.
Clubs. Let's do the job as well.
All right.
263 is the chip count there.
Oh, baby.
There's a 3, another couple outs for Prestige. And there's the Jack. Gonna run again. No help yet. No help yet. Open enter though. Set of nines on the river. Chop it up.
I went too fast. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The last card was a 9. All I know is he rivered us.
A river to 9, just whatever we chop.
Yeah, or just make it so it's all brick.
Need him to river a jack or a
I was
ace.
open-ended on the
It was
second one too,
2,
right?
5, 10.
Well, the important thing is the camera was pointing to the board. So however fast Carolyn went, I was able to pull the action. And I was able to not screw it up for once, which, you know, that's always good.
You made $6.
I didn't forget if somebody had a flush.
Let's do it again.
All right. We do have a new player in seat 9.
Daniel, sorry that you don't like the run twice. If you're ever interested in coming and playing here, you can choose to run once if you find yourself all in.
It's a live 10, live 25, live all in.
Prestige is going to put the live everything on. I hope you at least stick around for that.
No chips behind.
That's some power hour there. That's 2, 5, 10, 20, whatever the hell that is.
It's the end of the night.
I don't know.
Great hold here.
Got it?
2, 5, 10, 20, 234, I believe.
10, 25. Whatever that is.
The other suggestion, Danielle, if you don't like running twice, would be to find yourself some tournament content, such as the Dallas Final Table that we do most Saturdays. With the bigger one happening this weekend, I assume they're going to stream it on Sunday.
Well, let's all sweat it together, Preston. Don't.
You only run once in tournaments, so, you know, tournaments are great. I love tournaments. I play tournaments myself, and if that's something you're interested in watching, then I would encourage you to find yourself a good tournament stream, preferably here on TCH Live, and enjoy that. Prestige actually has the best hands here, and he's going to just get this through.
Got it through.
Prestige had Johnny dominated. So that's going to be a $42 pickup for Prestige. See if he lets it ride. Think he's going to let it ride? Ragnar, it would be good to see you.
B is the letter B. Alright, the letter B.
Do it again. What do y'all think?
Yeah. 138.
Let's take a vote.
43 actually, yeah. Or no, 42. 42.
2, 5, 10. How much?
10's on, and then
Not all
now
of
it's
it.
last, so it's $100. $100. So
2, 5, 10, 100. Gonna be pretty committing. Like if Prestige gets raised here, he's just gonna be committed here, I think. No, Behold'em is not up $10,000, everyone. He's up $400. There was a glitch earlier tonight. Barber has 10s, and he's going to raise.
I can't like where the
I think. The hell was that? What was that? Did he like release 3 chips and like leave 1 out? Like what?
He said call. That's what I called. He said call. Yeah, it's definitely a call.
Apparently he verbally called. He verbally called. But guys, don't do that. If you're playing, like, don't do that.
Fold, Preston's all in, call over here.
I get what that.
Alright. Well, there's still action on the side, guys, so let's
Like that's a way to sow confusion. And Prestige has King Queen. Prestige has King Queen, so he actually has a hand here. He's actually flipping against Barber's 10s. So, yeah, so I was told by production that Barber had apparently set call before the chip release, which is confusing. And if for whatever reason there was a dispute where it went to surveillance, like pretend I'm surveillance here, I just know what I see on the camera. And the camera's going to see you throwing out 3 chips. And you might not get the ruling that you want if it came to that. So just a PSA for all of you.
Got my hopes up.
So Carolyn getting these pots right. There is a side pot here between Barber and Chris W., who has a 7-6 suited.
Oh, okay.
Some potential here. And that's going to be top pair for 7-6, which is not going to beat Barber's 10s, but he does have a pair. Barber's 400 is going to leave Chris with an interesting choice. It's like, well, I got top pair. I call. I'm beating the draw. 2 diamonds out there. To the turn we go on this giant pot. The 5's going to make it 4 to a straight. Chris does have an open ender. We go check, check. Ace on the end. And 10s are going to be good for everything. Check, check. Showdown, side pot first. 10s are good for everything, though. What you're able to see, right? Do any of us come up to Oregon for a poker thing? I've never played poker in Oregon. I've been to Oregon twice in my life. Once was to see a race in Portland. The other time was for a work thing in Portland. I've never played Portland. I've never played poker in Oregon. I've heard that poker's a thing there. And Preston Prestige going to call it a night, I think. Yeah, like I hear they got a poker scene out there. Ragnar RB, did we get hit by the hail yesterday? That was wild. The hail was wild. I don't know if any had come over to TCH. No, I'm being told by Mel, no, TCH avoided the hail, thankfully. I avoided the hail as well. Where I lived, like I was like a few miles over from where all that was, so I just got some rain myself, thankfully. I know that there were a lot of people that were not so lucky around here in Texas. There's like baseball-sized hail coming down. I saw some pictures from another card club in the area where A lot of cars over there got smashed up by the hail just because these storms are basically nature's random number generator.
No, you just folded it like a.
Like, you know, 2 miles over, like, it's nice and dry. 2 miles the other way, it's hail. I mean, there was a storm last year where, like, my house was okay, but the other end of my neighborhood, everybody lost their fence. And the next neighborhood over from that, people were missing their roof. So it's pretty random.
That was fearful. That was like.
Yeah, apparently Mel wasn't so lucky as far as having some vehicle damage.
Well,
And the skylight 8 at 2. F's in the chat for Mel's skylight. Yeah, like I've seen pictures where people had holes in their roof.
Oh, you were trying to make a note
These
of that?
Texas storms are no
Oh,
joke.
let me see.
I've seen the hail pictures, yeah. Like that's some giant hail. And very lucky that it missed me this time. Yeah, Mel's showing me some pictures here. That's big hail. That is some big hail. I saw some bigger on Twitter. Some bigger hail than that. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully people were able to at least stay safe, even if their houses maybe got beat up, if their vehicles got beat up. Kings for Kevin. We've got a bunch of people messing around with spades. Kevin's got kings and makes it 30. Johnny makes it 30. MH with aces. Cool, we're in progress here. Makes it 150.
150?
Our new player B is going to duck out.
I could hear Lottie.
So will Barbara, I assume.
Like after the back, I was like, oh, that makes sense.
And Kevin is going to be in some trouble here. I don't think he's going to get away from this one. He's got 2 red kings. Normally a really great hand. Really unfortunate timing here.
Yeah, Lottie gets loud. Like a fire
Oh, we did.
And I believe that was a 4-bet up to $400. Queen Jack gets away, and that just leaves Kevin and MH. Kings versus aces. MH out of position, which may lean him more towards a 5-bet. He will choose the call, though. So stack to pot is about 1.5 now. MH the effective stack at 1,200. Ace right in the window. This may shut it down, though. Ace is full for MH. Kevin with the nightmare ace high flop.
I hope this doesn't make you go broke.
Problem with betting here is you're only going to get an action from a hand that has you dead. And Kevin going to go tiny here, make it 150. MH should probably just call here in case Kevin wants to do anything else. Any raise is going to just let him off the hook. He will make the call. 3 on the turn. Stack to pot is 1. MH checks it over. I think Kevin's gotten the information he needs. I'd be surprised if he bets again. We don't want Kevin to hit the king here as he checks back. As he avoids it, it's a 6. So this is probably the extent of the damage for him. King probably would have led to a full double for MH, who I imagine he might take up the betting here. He will check it. Going to give Kevin one more chance. I think Kevin was done with this the moment his flop bet got called. Check, check. Correction. Apparently, that was a mistake on the graphics. That's a 325 bet from MH. Going small. begging to get a call from Kevin's exact hand, trying to say, I have jacks maybe. It's so hard to actually pay off here, though. He's going to pay off. What? Ace Jack. Okay, so I guess the cards got crossed up there on the scanner. I have to assume there was a cross up between like 8 and 9 or something. That said, you know, that's still a nightmare for kings, and
on top of it.
we see MH is playing his Ace Jack the same way he's playing his aces full there. Yeah, these things happen sometimes, unfortunately. And for once we get a misread where we actually get plausible hands. I do love that he's 4-betting the Ace Jack. I actually like that.
Just high.
6-3 deuce with diamonds. 6-4-3. Okay, this is potential fun here. Does MH actually have aces this time? It says he has aces. I don't know what to believe anymore. Deuces for B, set of deuces. And it's the second nut straight for Kevin on the bottom. Not much going on the top though, and B holds him with the jack high flush, but I think somebody has a better flush looking at these graphics. Barber has the queen high diamonds. And $20 bet and a bunch of calls. See if he actually calls with the queen high diamonds, because you could justify not. He will call, especially he has nothing on the bottom. Like he's basically dead on the bottom. One-way hands are tricky business here. A 10 and a 4, the board pairing on the bottom. And trip 4s for B. Has the set on the top, he has the trips on the bottom. Barber's diamond's still good on top. And the 5-2 straight for Kevin. We check through. An ace and an ace. And hey, if only the other two aces were still in the pot, that would have been a nice run out. But such is life. Barber's queen high diamond's going to feel a little bit better, only losing to one hand there. And then Kevin with a 6 high straight. He holds him, makes it 60 with the jack high diamonds. B calls. Now Barber, is he going to call the one more time? You come this far, you probably got to. You don't really like it. You are closing the action as well. It's not like somebody's going to pop you behind. He's going to call. And like B Holden pretty much knows that those diamonds are not a winner at this point.
4 on the 2-5 of the straight.
So yeah, the wheel. Well, the wheel would be good too. There's the 6 high straight. Also, the wheel will beat the trips, and then queen high diamonds for the other half of it. Chop it up.
We gotta play our big one.
So we come towards the end of it.
I need one more in regulation. Quarter on the bump pot. That's a nice big pot. You get quarter, I get 3/4.
Thank you.
not agree to those terms?
I don't feel hot up.
And back to Hold'em.
I mean, I can't.
Got a little bit more poker in us this evening. Another 10 to 15 minutes left.
Raise to 35. What's going on?
We had a moment where my cards are on the center being blocked on top of my hand, so my hand was dead.
You did that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need the
So, yeah, pocket aces. And
MH with threes this time.
Yeah.
Calling the raise from Kevin. Johnny in there as well. B with the suited
It
ace.
hasn't happened yet, but
Ace
he
with
hasn't
decides
filled it
to
off his entire
make the
stack.
call. Barber closing the action in the straddle. He's suited. He might talk himself into it. Gonna be hard to have the best hand and win a big pot though, so gotta tread a little bit carefully with this 9-5. Queen 7 deuce all diamonds, and nobody has a flush. Kevin has a flush draw.
Check.
Best made hand is a pair of threes. So we check through. Make that a set of threes for MH as the case 3 shows up.
Back.
45 from Johnny, who turned himself a straight draw. MH with a set. 3 diamonds on board. He's going to go for the check raise up to 225.
Yeah, he can't hear, but he definitely knows.
It's 150. Or 225 rather, and it was 150 to call, and he got it through. Nobody having a reasonable diamond draw. The highest diamond draw was an 8 high diamond draw. Look at these V pips. Look at these V pips. People playing hands. Prestige left. He's only been here a little bit. He's played a couple hands though. Chris, Kevin, Barber, all in there. Like everyone's playing like a third of the hands at least. That's a lot of hands. Even like we have been 6-handed for a lot of tonight. So not that out of line. But a pretty active table and people have been getting some hands. B with the steamed Dola, the 8 of spades, 8 of hearts. Calling Johnny's $30 raise. B holds him with 7s. B holds him making the call. To the flop we go 3 ways. 7 in the window. Set of 7s for B Hold'em. Johnny with bottom pair. B effective second pair and backdoor straight draw. We check through. Jack of diamonds. So front door diamonds get there. Nobody actually has a diamond in their hands. Set of 7s. Kind of bet now, despite this being like the one turn you don't want to see. And nobody had anything, so B Hold'em wins. Spades exposed burn. Not a misdeal though. That was the 3rd card. If it was one of the first 2 cards, that's a misdeal. We get another one exposed, that's a misdeal. But as it is, 3 of spades, exposed burn.
Kevin, can you reskin your cards?
2, 5, 10. 35 the raise from Kevin.
Raise to 35, full.
Interesting choice there. He has pocket threes, and we see one of his setouts dead. I'm just folding the threes at that point. I'm probably folding them first to act anyway. We see there's no more threes to go around. Threes go from probably a fold to maybe a fold there. Threes versus 9 deuce. Neither player liking Jack 6-5. The 4 will put up the open ender for those pocket threes. And looks like a bet of 35 that got a fold. Not sure where the graphics went there.
Okay, so a lot of I gotta say, like, I think they said the first foul.
Y'all different trade that.
35 to raise from Barber. We hold them with the suited connector. Makes the call. Heads up we go. Queen 10-8. Pairing a straight draw for Barber. He holds him with a gutter that's not going to be good. He check calls though. Ace of diamonds on the turn, which will give Barber a second gut shot. And the pair of tens actually does have Beholden drink dead. Check, check. 6 on the ends. Beholden now with bottom pair. Third card. Check, check. Seems fine. Oh, I win. Okay, that's good.
That wasn't the big one.
He'll take it. It's queen for B.
I don't know why it took you so long to call. Get some action here from Barber. B holds him. King 10 of hearts. 2 to royal. May go the squeezy route. Not that big of a squeeze, just a little squish. 65. Not a big squeeze, just like a little pinch. They both call.
3 players.
Surely both felt priced in what the odds they were getting. Heart draw for our 3-better on 9-7-4, 2 hearts. Top pair for Barber. King high heart draw for Beholden on what I'm told is our penultimate hand here. $100. Bet for Barber, taking the lead here with top pair. Flush draw certainly won't be going anywhere. makes the call. As does B with the overs and backdoor hearts with the ace king, the ace of hearts. To the turn we go, still 3 ways. 3 of hearts, king high hearts for B Hold'em, nut heart draw for B, who's going to lead all in for his remaining 140. Barber could find the exit here. I don't think he's going to, though. He's going to make the call for 140. If you're B Hold'em, I think your only choice here is the call. Unless you're thinking Barber somehow has a set here. This would be a strange way to play a set. Raising would be your better chance to get all the chips in by the river, but I'm just not sure that's a viable thing playing this deep, and I believe he has made the call. So 932 is our main pot. B needs a heart. B does not get a heart. That's going to be another 9, which is going to be trips for Barber. And he might bet this. He might bet this. 500 on the side, and B Hold'em going to think about this, but I think you can just call here. Like, if he's got a boat, good for him, but there's not that many hands that play this way that get to this river with a boat. If you're telling me 2 pair didn't raise on that board or bet at any point, you don't see, you know, a set didn't do that either. I make the call. I don't want to raise. I think a raise only gets me called by the boat. Especially with the 3rd player in there. But I think B Hold'em has a pretty straightforward call here. But your mileage may vary. B Hold'em really thinking this over. The board pairs, and now he faces the bet. He's thinking, did he really get me again, Barber? He has had a pretty good night. If this somehow works, Barber gets everything here. Barber is going to win the main pot. What do you all do in the chat? Call, fold, or somehow raise? I mean, I think raising is out the window the way he's reacted. This would be the bluff of the month at least if this works. If Barber even knows he's bluffing.
I fold. Shit.
He folded! He folded!
No way you bluffing. Damn, dog, you did.
B Hold'em beside himself that Barber didn't even need the best hand to get the better of him. He's had the best hand pretty much the whole night. So we're going to finish on a bomb pot. I imagine we'll be wanting to share that one with the broader internet. That was quite the hands. Went to showdown percentage. B Hold'em wishing he would have gone to showdown that time. Cost him a huge pot there.
That was the big one. That's the biggest he's going to get, I think. That's the biggest he's going to get.
Like that's a hand where you have to really know your opponent if you're going to make that fold.
Like he's got either 2 pair or a set.
Like you play that hand back. I'm just Not sure how many sets or two pairs play that way and get there. We see clubs on both boards here. Ace 8-4, King Jack Deuce, and nut clubs on both boards for MH. See if he can find himself a club on each side. Well, B Hold'em has got a couple of them. See who's got a huge chunk of it. Check through. No clubs here. Spades. Second spade on the bottom. And Johnny with the queen high spade draw. He has fives and deuces as well. He has a gut shot. On the top, it's B Hold'em with eights full of fours. And it's Kevin potting it with his trip eights with a 9. And 9 high spades on the bottom. Johnny making the call. Queen high spades, 2 pair on the bottom. MH calling, clubs on both sides, clubs dead on the top though. The boat already there for B Hold'em. Boy's gonna make the call. So the rivers we go, 4 ways. Our final river of the evening. What would be the river of dreams? Of course the clubs come the wrong way around for MH. Makes the flush on the top, but it's no good. Eights full of fours, good for B Hold'em. Johnny's going to get the bottom with the queen high spades getting there. And it's on Kevin with the 9 high spades. And the trips. He could get himself in trouble here. They're not very good trips, though. He will check. Checks the B Hold'em. I could see him betting here. Eights full of fours. Goes full pot. Imagine if he got raised here. After what we just saw transpire a couple of minutes ago, imagine somebody raised him. Kevin is going to make the call. Not going to get any of it if Johnny makes the call as well. Second nut spades on the bottom is his holding. He does make the call. MH. Clubs on the top. Not going to be a winner though. He will make the fold. So our final hands of the night will be shots by B Hold'em and by Johnny. With the boat and the flush. So we'll chop it up, and that's how it's going to end. And those of you wondering about my fantasy game, I've demolished Aaron unless like something insane happens in the last 7 minutes. So there's that too. Be sure to give him grief about that next time you hear him on these airwaves. Be sure to join us tomorrow. Big game from Dallas. Be sure and join us every day by subscribing and get those notifications on. We're on pretty much every day across Austin, Dallas, and Houston. If you're up in Dallas, be sure to check out the even bigger one starting on Wednesday going into the weekend. Fall Classic coming up starting next week from spring as we see the stats coming through. B Hold'em was not ahead $10,000. All right, so I think that'll do it. On behalf of the dealers, Carly and Carolyn, our producers, Mel pressing the buttons, Kristen making the lineups, David making all the content. I'm Willie Malati, the New York Knit.